Very good here. Okay, so good morning. My name is Miha. For those who don't know me yet, I'm a philosopher, sociologist, and debate and communication teacher, mostly working in different countries around the world as a guest lecturer, but also serving as the IDEA board member. And today we have a workshop, discussion, lecture, presentation mostly of how to use debate to address global contemporary issues with your students, with participants of the activity in different teaching environments. Can you please just raise your hands, people who, because I see some faces, people who were present yesterday in my session. Okay, just so I know how much should I repeat. I will not repeat the lecture, I promise. Just so I know, which things to say once again and so on. I'll take it as a compliment, thank you. Okay. Cool. So what I want to do is, and this will be a short revision of yesterday's introduction, I want to show you, present you some good practices of how teachers, trainers, debate coaches, youth workers could use debate as a specific methodology to address, we said, global issues, right? Global issues. That is to say, something that's relevant in contemporary world, something that's happening around the world. And, when we speak about debate methodology, and this is where we had a longer introduction. Oh my God, smoking too much. When we had a longer introduction yesterday on what do we mean when we say debate methodology, but I do want to revise it briefly. We could speak about this for a long time. However, there are three main things that characterize the debate methodology in whatever teaching environment you're using it, right? Number one, it's always centered around the debate topic, right? You need to have a binary proposition, you need to have a statement. It's not a question that you would ask to your students. What's happening with the economy? Do you support this and this? It's not this. It's not even a topic that you would give to students. Let's discuss economy today. Let's discuss global warming. Let's discuss the removal of the US troops from Afghanistan and so on. Nothing like that. It needs to be a binary proposition, a statement, something we should do. We should remove the US troops from Afghanistan, something that we could regret. We regret the removals of the troop. We could discuss a fact or a value. Cats are better than dogs. By the way, that would be very, very bad debate topic. Why? Because one of the criteria for a good debate topic, it needs to be fair and it needs to be balanced. And I have no idea how one could argue on the opposition that dogs are better, because it's so obvious that cats are much better. So yes, it needs to be a binary proposition, right? Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is that, as we said yesterday, you need to assign positions to your debaters, right? You're not just asking them, oh, what do you agree with? Argue for this side now, right? Why is this good? Yesterday we had a longer discussion. Let's just briefly revise the main argument from the discussion. It was that we don't want to put students, especially in a teaching environment, into a positive feedback loop. What does that mean, right? We don't want students to have a discussion. What was the example that we used yesterday? Biden versus Trump. We don't want to ask them, are you a supporter of Biden or Trump? Oh, I'm for Biden. No, you're for Trump. Okay, now produce all the arguments for Biden and produce all the arguments for Trump. If we do that, they're only going to produce knowledge, search for information, search for logical strategies and so on, in favor of their already pre-existing belief. But what we want to do in teaching environment is that they consider the alternative possible side, right? And what is the better way than to consider the other side, to see what is strong in the other position, than actually putting yourself in this position and trying to win against your friend from other country, other school, or something like that, right? So you need to assign positions. And the second main core principle of a debate methodology would be that you always need to have the audience that you're trying to convince. The idea of the academic exercise as a gamified academic exercise is to win the debate. This is where you get the motivation for students to do that, not just in terms of, it's interesting and we want to do it. Simply, this is how you drive the activity, right? They need to win, and because they want to win, they will try to search for logical fallacies, new informations, new concepts, new argumentative approaches, and so on. So you need to have the audience. Audience could be, random members that just raise their hands and vote in the end. Audience could be a neutral judge that gives feedback or something like that. Audience can be teacher, mentor in an educational process that gives some sorts of feedback. But the idea is that students in a debate activity need to convince somebody that they are correct. I would say these are the three core basic principles of debate methodology. So whenever I will say, or whenever you will see in the literature, or when you will be planning your debate activities, if you want to say you're doing debate, not some other things that are also very interesting, such as dialogue, such as deliberation, such as discussion, always when you want to do debate, you will need to follow these three activities. So when I say debate, and when I say the use of debate to discuss an open, controversial global issues, this is what I mean. What I mean when I say global issues, right? That's a bit harder to pin down. But the thing with global issues is that it is very hard to take them as something that would not be interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary, right? What's the difference between the two? Nobody truly knows, but everybody using that term, I believe. But the difference between interdisciplinary, by the way, and transdisciplinary would be something like that, right? When you approach, I don't know, climate changes from the interdisciplinary point of view, you will have sociological point of view, you will have legal point of view, you'll have economic point of view. They might overlap at some point, right? But you will have, many different approaches, and you'll say, interdisciplinary, right? But transdisciplinary is that you try to make analysis from the above and take all the possible approaches as a holistic approach. Now, I agree with you. What does that mean in practice? Nobody truly knows. However, I think that through this session, we are going to see the debate, as we describe it, by the very definition, is trying to tackle global issues in a transdisciplinary way. Why? Because you can't simply have totally separated arguments. You can't say, we don't care about economy because here we have some legal issues. You can't say we only care about legal issues and economy, but not about human rights violation. You can't have separated arguments. However, in the debate, it's not just about constructing arguments. It's not just about engaging and refuting the arguments of the others. It's also about comparing the argument, right? It's also about evaluating the two approaches to the world and showing to the judge why your vision of the world is better than the vision of the world of the other side, right? So by the very definition, if you want to win the round, you can always win the round if the other team is not as good, because it's always comparison between the two teams. However, if you want to really be good and prepare yourself and be a good debater, you will, by a very definition, intuitively try to take some sort of transdisciplinary or, if you want, integrative approach. Because you will need to connect things into some kind of holistic case, holistic argumentation, holistic comparison with the other side. And now I intentionally don't want to define these terms, transdisciplinary, integrative, but I think that we all do have some sort of feeling, what does that mean? We just can't pin it down. And my point is, I believe that tackling global issues, whatever, secessionist movements in some parts of the world, removal of the US troops from Afghanistan, the role of USA in a global economy, the future of European Union, whatever, right? I believe that when we tackle these global issues through this methodology, this is exactly what we get out. Okay, and as we did yesterday, what I want to show you is that when you do that, when you use debate to tackle global issues interdisciplinary in different transdisciplinary in different teaching environment, you always the same structure of the lecture as yesterday, you always are also engaging with a very specific critical thinking skills that, according to the researchers, are lacking in today's education, right? We have a lot of programs implementing critical thinking skills. We have from like separated subjects on logic, on argumentation, on rhetorics, on analytical thinking, on media literacy, yada yada. What I'm going to show you is that exactly the critical thinking skills that are lacking in today's education, or the skills that we don't see are developed when we research the impacts of this education, are actually something that is a part of the courses that you can use as teachers when you do debate to discuss global issues. So that's our idea. Debate, global issues, and then some sort of pedagogical comment, which critical thinking skills we are teaching. And it is quite a long introduction already, I know. But as yesterday, and here I will conclude the introduction, I promise, I was thinking how to do that, right? Should I just present you a long curriculum of that is built on good practices from the past that we did? Should we just go through some pedagogical tips that we discussed? But then I decided that I don't want to do that, because this is something that you can read in the materials. Probably, you know, there are always questions and follow-ups, but this is why, you know, we are here as IDEA. This is why you have experts that you can always ask for consultation and so on. So what I want to do is similarly to what we did yesterday. I want to give you a few examples of how this could be implemented. Why? Because I think that the point of teachers training, or training of trainers, or training of debate educators should not be, you know, to give the exact concrete curricula, exact concrete activities and lessons that you should implement. And by the way, this is also my advice if you will be teaching or training your own trainers in your organizations. I would say, like, curricula's outline and pedagogical tips, yes, for sure. Basics of the methodology, yes, for sure. However, what you want to do is you want to get teachers to be comfortable, comfortable enough in the debate methodology, to be experts on debate methodology, so that they can be creative and innovative when putting specific lessons together for their own teaching environment. I mean, obviously, if you have only debate coaches that will coach teams to win the world championship, okay, you can give them the exact lessons that you believe are good. If you have somebody teaching philosophy, you can give them the exact lessons. Teaching history, teaching oracy, teaching speaking, whatever. Okay, but this is what rarely happens. You never have on your trainings teachers from the same background, or more importantly, teachers that have the same goal, same aim, how they want to use it. So this is why, from the experiences, the most useful trainings are ones who give teachers methodology, basic expertise, make them feel comfortable in doing something, and then within these parameters, they need to be able to be creative and adapt methodology to their own teaching environment. Okay, so let's now try to go. We have, let's say, an hour altogether, an hour and a half. Let's try to see what could be different ways of tackling global issues by teaching debate methodology. And I will this time, on the contrary to what we did yesterday, try to focus more on teaching and using debate within the classroom, not necessarily within the debate club. Because yesterday, for those who were here, we were, not working exclusively on debate clubs, right? But the things that we did yesterday were things that you want to teach debaters, were things that debaters will use at the competitions and so on. Today, we are going to try to take bits and pieces of debate methodology and then discuss what to teach, how to teach. Okay. First thing, absolutely no order and starting randomly. The block number one, the set number one that I want to discuss is, from the debate perspective, how to teach the role of evidence, examples, illustrations, statistic, empirical data in debate, in communication, in argumentation. I hope we all agree, right? You do have debate background. We all agree this is important, right? Evidence, data, illustration, statistics always play some sort of role in argumentation. Could be something that makes the judge or the audience decide whether you win or lose the debate. So, let's talk about the role of empirical data, or as we usually call it in debate, the role of examples in debate. Can you answer me the question, what is, in your opinion, the role of examples in competitive debate setting, or in the debate setting that we have discussed at the beginning? So where you have two teams, you have a proposition, you have somebody to convince. So what would you say? What is the role of evidence in such activity? I just want to hear your thoughts on that. What? What? Yeah, very interesting. What do you mean by that? Can you explain a bit? What does it mean to appeal? I mean, just I'll put it differently. What do you mean when you say to appeal to the logic? Or anybody else? Just what do you...
Well, it's like you start off with a statement, then you give the explanation, which sort of, shows your logic why that statement may be true. But in order to show how it is actually applicable in reality, you bring in examples.
Okay, so now we see it comes up in the structure of argumentation that we usually teach. It comes after the explanation and logic. So it only appeals to logic that already exists. Okay, we're moving somewhere. Any other comment? Okay, so now we do have two different opinions here, right? Because you can use it however you want, or we have very strong opinion, it only appeals to something that already exists. What is... I would not necessarily agree that that's the difference between debate and dialogue, but yeah, okay, I got it. Look, yeah.
I think it's more with the ethos, because you support your argument with a higher authority.
Okay. So you see how we have not two radically opposing views. What we do have two lines here, right? One line is saying it's ethos, it only gives the credibility of something that was already said. It appeals to the logic, it supports the explanation. And then we had the other line of argumentation or idea, how one could use examples, which is, it can literally comes where you feel it will be the most persuasive. It can even act as a main proof or main warrant for your statement. Look, when we're teaching debate, and this is not now the position of argumentation or logic or ontology or epistemology or philosophy or whatever. This is now explanation of how to use that in debate. The role of examples, statistics, empirical data in debate always need to be, and the judges are being trained to evaluate examples like that, always need to be that they are illustrating something that was already said. That doesn't mean that chronologically it cannot come at the beginning. It only means that the role of empirical data is there to support the existing explanations. Why? We might disagree on a philosophical, logical level on that, but why is that so in the activity from a pedagogical perspective? Because the point of the activity is not only to do the research, to throw some data in, and then to, argue on the credibility of the resources and the representativity of the data. It's rather to train your logical thinking, explanations, interpretations, understanding of the world behind the data. So in the activity of debate, as judges are trained, as mentors should be trained, it is the role of data and examples is always to illustrate, to support, to give credibility to the already existing logic, to the explanations that you can offer without disproof as the only warrant. Something that debate judges on an international level are also thought to is that example-based argument is a bad argument, right? So if you have argument based on 1 or 3, 2, 5 examples, but if you only base it on example, it's literally just your explanation of examples, but not a statement that you made, not a point that you made, that you have explained, that you have analyzed, and then only supported and made more credible with specific examples. Okay. So that is the role of the empirical data in a debate methodology. This is how judges are trained if you're going to send your students to the competitions. And now we need to teach that, right? Now we know that if we are going to use debate, we know how debaters will be asked to use empirical data, empirical examples. And now you'll see how you can start discussions on global issues, right? Simply by discussing how to use particular examples in particular debates, or for the particular side of the debate. You will now see how you can open discussions on the same example that can be used on both sides of the topic. Let's just do a few of them. Firstly, not necessarily global issue, but just so you'll get the point. You know what you can ask your students? This is what I do. I tell them, and that is the task. I tell them, there is a research, scientific, representative, super trooper research, that shows that if people have more guests at their wedding, they will have longer marriage, right? So more guests leads to longer marriage, right? Leads to longer marriage. And that is, so there is some sort of correlation here for sure. It's proven. Now, the question or the task that you could ask your student is, based on these data, not based on your own opinion on marriage or whatever, but based on these data. So based on this data. And assuming that having a long marriage is a good thing, right? Because if you don't give the second part of the question, debaters are always, but why would one want the long marriage? Ha ha ha, right? Okay, assuming that long marriage is a good thing. Based on this data, and assuming that long marriage is a good thing, now the question is, would you recommend your friend that is getting married to have as many guests as at the wedding as possible? So we have the research. If you have more guests, there is a strong and very significant statistic correlation between having more guests and having longer marriage. Now my question to you is, I will ask for your answers, based on these data, not on all the other arguments that you might have on marriage, and assuming that long marriage is a good thing and that this is what you want for your friend, right? Would you recommend your friend to invite as many guests to the wedding as possible? So who would say yes? By the way, answers that I get from debaters is usually 50-50. And I get good explanations. The question actually could be, what would you recommend and why? So who would say, I recommend that you don't get married? That you don't... Freudian slip. Well, who would recommend that you don't need to invite as many guests as possible? Okay? So who would recommend that you should invite as many guests as possible? Okay, so for example, why? Why would, based on this data, and assuming that longer marriage is the super trooper best thing ever, why you would not recommend that to your friend?
Because correlation is not causation. So just because the two things happen at the same time doesn't mean that one leads to the other. So I think
Okay, that's a good explanation. I, as a teacher, would say, to troll you a bit, you passed the test, right? Okay, you offered some explanation. However, I would say that's a very weak explanation because you didn't tell me why you wouldn't. You just said, yeah, I'm not convinced, so I wouldn't. So you didn't give me a strong position. You only said, it's inconclusive, not really sure, therefore I wouldn't. So now if I'm your friend, I'm like, okay, but it's my marriage in question, and it's inconclusive. How does that help me now, right? Okay, anybody else who said no, that they would not, and have different answer why? Peter.
I think inviting them wouldn't make them for sure come to the marriage itself. So he might invite like dozens of people and then no one shows up.
I really feel sorry for your friend, for you and your circle of friends. Then I add another assumption. You tricked me, very well done. Then I add assumption. Based on this data, assuming you want long marriage, and assuming people would actually respond to your invitation, would you recommend?
I recommend you to save money and to invite them for sure.
Okay, here you would not even pass my test. You know why? Because this is a brilliant argument. I mean, brilliant now, Huh? I don't know if the economic reason would overweigh something else. Okay, that's your position. But this was not based on this data. You said, I want to save money, so wouldn't. I ask you based on this data. Okay, so do we have anybody else who would say no and give different answer to why? By the way, there are obviously not wrong and right answers, right? Yeah.
I would say that I don't know how the data was gathered, how some of the research is. So
Okay.
I can't base my recommendation on
Very good. Again, I would say similar. Inconclusive doesn't truly help me. But let's say, because I did say at the beginning, let's assume that the research is super trooper representative and we have all everything behind it. Let's assume also that. Any other answer?
I would say that if we assume that the research is correct, and the people who have invited a ton of people to their wedding have had more success or longer marriages, then it may be that if you say invite a bunch of people that you otherwise would not have normally invited, that you are doing something opposed to what the people in the study have done, who naturally invited so many people. So it is an artificial way to achieve that goal, but it is not in reality going to achieve it by the same way as the others.
Yes, but how is now this connected to marriage or however? I think you had a good point, but you again made some kind of contra-argument. I would call your argument for the opposition that says, yeah, but that's a bit weird, right? It's not natural. It's so that's good, but it's not based on this data. It's not based on this data.
I think this sentence has a bias, kind of, because who invite a lot of people? Normally they have a certain position, certain things, and those people most probably will have longer relationships because of their position.
Brilliant. Two things happened here. Brilliant. What's your name? What? Hin. Okay. So what Hin did is she made an interpretation, her own explanation of a correlation that we assume is scientifically correct and significant. Right? She took an example, she interpreted the example because I didn't offer any explanation to you. I only offered a good example to you, right? My example, as we discussed, did not illustrate any logic. I just thrown in the example. This is what I did. And then what Hin did is, she said, okay, obviously they have longer marriages. Why? Because, they simply have bigger social network. So this is why they have so many people. And if you have big social network, that means that you have a lot of friends, you're a social butterfly, you're easy to get along with. So that is why they have longer marriages, right? So now you can invite 1,000 people, but if you're a bad person or not social or not friendly in your private life, this will not change a thing when it comes to your marriage. This is why I would not recommend you to do that. Or if you would be in a debate, this is why this is actually the argument for the opposition, right? One should not invite, it does not play a role. So see what we did. We are now using one example for absolutely one side of a topic because we didn't use data as a proof or warrant, we rather used it to make an interpretation of how we believe this correlation happened. Okay, but now let's go on the other side. Who said yes, that they would invite people to the wedding? There were some people, you said yes, right? Yeah. And Konrad, okay, firstly, why would you say that?
Yeah, it's like an opposite explanation that he gave is that the people who invite more of their friends and family, they consolidate their relationship in their social network, can get economic help from their families as well.
Nice.
And it's a way to consolidate.
Nice. I didn't even think of that one. That's good. I never thought of that one. That is very good. So you invite so many, you tell them you like them, you consolidate, and now you have a lot of social safety. Brilliant. Konrad, do you have a different explanation?
Yeah, I don't see any downside of inviting many people, and if chances are that by making a vow with many people, you are more likely to stay together because you are big.
I would say that's very reasonable and very advanced because what Konrad did is say, okay, no, very debate-like, right? No harms on the other side. So what Konrad did is something that we discussed yesterday as the even-if debate strategy, right? Since there are no harms, I couldn't care less if there is an interpretation or there isn't. Even if there is none, because there are no harms, like just have them, maybe it works, right? Or as Niels Bohr said, you know, the famous scientist, when BBC came and made an interview with him, he had a horseshoe on his wall, and they were like, but aren't you scientists, right? Don't, you know that doesn't bring, no, they asked him, why do you have this? And he says, but yeah, it brings luck. But then they said, but you're a scientist, you know it doesn't. Do you believe in that? And he said, no, obviously I don't believe in that, but I've heard it works even if you don't believe in it. So that, you know, that's Konrad's position. I don't know, but you know, you might try, can't really harm. However, what Konrad did is, again, didn't truly base only on this, right? He needed an additional argument, which was brilliant, no harm. Therefore, the fact that I don't have the interpretation is good enough for me. So that was nice. But in a debate term, still a bit defensive, right? Because we are constructing no harm argument, we are willing to take the risk, even though we have no idea what's the interpretation. Good, but not based only on that. What I get from students sometimes, in addition to what it was told that you consolidate your network, I get the interpretation mostly from people who say, of course we would invite as many people as possible. They say, look, if you say yes, I do forever, in front of big amount of people, you simply feel more dedication and more pressure that you really fight for your marriage. The example then the debaters use, and this is funny to me, they say, look, if you say yes in front of 1,000 friends, just colleagues, just, you know, some childhood friends that you're not even in contact with, is totally different than saying yes forever in a Las Vegas chapel and then saying next morning, I didn't really count, it was just 2 of us, we can call it off, right? Now again, if this interpretation is good or not, I don't care, but it's an interpretation of some sort of correlation and making argument out of it later. And this is what you're trying to achieve when you're using examples within a debate. You need to focus on the interpretation of the logic behind, not on just using it to say, obviously correlation, no correlation, we are not sure. That's the aim. Now let's let's imagine that now we are going to have a debate. Now we will give them different topics. Let's see now how the same goes for very, very controversial issues, controversial global issues that are very relevant for possible debate topics. This is the chart. This is now the data. I'm just looking here so I won't make any fake news mistakes. That will be awkward. This is the amount of people living in the poverty, below the poverty line globally. Right? How much people is living below the poverty line globally? So this is 10. So obviously less and less, right? By the way, this is the famous chart that 3 years ago was posted by Bill Gates, and then the whole discussion on Twitter happened. And the discussion was whether capitalism or neoliberalism is good or not, right? And this is absolutely the topic that you could give to your students. This is absolutely the topic that a lot of times does occur on the competition. And even if it doesn't directly, this is the topic that a lot of times is actually the clash behind some arguments, or if not that, that's the topic that students, because they don't know little technical detail arguments on some policies they're discussing, they just bring in, right? Is capitalism good or not? Whatever. Okay. Now my question to you. This seems like a very, very good argument for capitalism, right? I mean, it's very obvious. Could you spin it? Could you offer alternative explanation where you could use this against capitalism? Or at least, how could you use what would be your response, your alternative explanation, your alternative interpretation to mitigate the power of this chart? Because I think it's extremely powerful, right? I cannot say how after this chart, again, assuming that it's correct, assuming that that's the real data, I have no idea how anybody could be against capitalism. So, do we have any ideas from the audience? How could we reinterpret that?
One way would be to counter-argue, right? One way would be like, yes, that's some kind of progress, but we could do so much better because the total growth is much more than the actual decreasing of poverty, but it's just that the total growth accumulates in the top echelons of society, and we still cannot treat for the rest of poverty going on.
I think that's good. I would say you didn't really offer a contra-interpretation of this chart. You just said some other things are more important, which is a legit debate strategy. However, I think that's not the best possible strategy or the only one for two reasons. From a very coaching perspective, and I intentionally want to take the coaching perspective because, again, this is what gets students engaged because they want to win. Number one, if you want to do that, if you want to win with this argument, you have a high burden of proof. You really need to prove all those things that you said. You can't just claim, yeah, but GDP is so big, we are producing so much wealth so that we could feed everybody. Why the hell there are still people living below the poverty line? So that's one thing. Second thing, you need to make sure that it is possible to achieve so much growth without having some people that are left behind. Because this is the argument that you get on the neoliberalism side, right? You know, we are aware we didn't really took care of everybody, but that's the price for all the great things that we did. And thirdly, even if you do both of this, the other side still has the very, very easy contra response, which says, yeah, the moment when you give us the alternative that will move chart from here to here, we agree with you. But our claim is, look, this is what capitalism did, so what's your alternative? And you by definition need to accept this. Why? Because it was you who entered the comparative discussion, which means that you need a comparison, and which means you need to be able to win the comparison. So good strategy, but high burden of proof. You had the idea? And then, sorry, you, yeah.
My idea is what is the definition of poverty and how they did it. Because poverty here, based on poverty line, which is $1.28 per person. Anyone get more than this, it's not poor. And this is by today's consideration is poor. So it's about who did the statistics and how it was written to show this number.
Yeah.
If we want to higher the level to be more realistic, the number will be the same or not.
Yeah, I think you could, this is not my criticism, just comment, I think you could use much less words to say exactly what it was said, and you see the difference between the two responses. Maybe the first one seems more, bigger on a big scale, counter-arguing and so on, but this one would deal with the example quite well because it offered some sort of interpretation why it looks so. But let's search for more. I love that, but I think there are even more. We had an idea back there.
I first had the same idea, and then I thought that it could be, in my opinion, more striking to say that, of course, and to agree at the beginning and say, yes, it is correct to say that it provided a sustain against poverty. Yet, this means that more people are exploited for ridiculous wages, providing for still the huge difference which globalism and capitalism is facing in nowadays.
Okay.
Go for a macro.
Yeah, like it. Again, I think you have high burden of proof. Because you need to explain all this exploitation and so on, which is, again, I'm not against it if you have that proof perfectly, but imagine that this is one example the other team throw into the debate, you have a different case already set, and now you're like, okay, now I need to show all the exploitation moment, all this I need to construct now in order to respond to one little example they have that is only illustrating the logic they have, right? So you see, I think it's a good response, but gives you a lot of work that could be risky in a communication setting. Konrad.
Could it argue that these were social problems and state interventions that brought this line down in these 200 years, not technological, not capitalism logic in itself. This added technological progress production, and we see the line slowing down, although the capitalism is accelerating, which proves that when we curve it,
I think that's very good response, right? Because note, Konrad didn't just say, okay, there is a correlation, but do we know if capitalism really did it? He said, no, I think capitalism didn't do it. Social welfare programs did it, right? So what Konrad is saying, that happened not because, but despite of capitalism, right? So that could be one way. Now, just not to be too long with one example, you know what would be the radical way to try to do it? Also, I do admit with some sort of burden of proof on my side, but if you want to go fully Marxist, not sure if you want to do that on the stream, but if you want to go fully Marxist, right? Not politically for the stream, but theoretically, you could easily say, yes, but back then, right, before Industrial Revolution, before the invention of private property on the West, being poor had a totally different meaning than now that the only way to survive is to buy things because we base the life, the living standard on the things that you buy because everything is a commodity. So before capitalism became the system that is present everywhere, before the invention of private property, it was not the amount of money that made you having good or bad standard. It was your political rights. It was, it was the political issue. So it wasn't truly important how much money do you have. Now it is absolutely important. So you could even say, if you want, just, radicalizing and trolling it a bit, you could say that poverty literally was invented by capitalism. Because before that, the amount of money was almost irrelevant thing. It was the political rights. If you accept that or not doesn't really matter. The point is to work on the interpretation of the example, the logic behind it, and how to use it in a debate with the arguments that you want to run, not just to see the example and do something. Now, much more debate, like, I'm just going to use the same page. The UN report from 2013, right, that was titled with The End of Global South, right, gave this chart. These were the northern, rich, economically developed countries with their GDP and living standards. I think it was both. It was something like that. And then the 5 other, Brazil, China, so the southern countries. It was like that, right? So, and then even their projection, maybe something like that. And they call it the end of South, right? Southern countries rising, northern countries becoming somewhere here. Now, My question, is there a way to show, does anybody have the idea to show that this chart is not truly reporting on the end of South? You know what you mean by end of South. The world is getting equal. Keep in mind, intentionally now, to deal with this example quickly, I'm not asking you to say, oh, but you know, their living standard is going down, so we are equalizing in a worse living standard. I'm not asking for this. I'm not asking for counter arguments. I'm literally asking, is there a way to dismiss this argument as a proof, as a warrant, as the evidence for the end of Global South? This will now need more interpretation, but it's a very easy one if you're creative or if you do a bit of a research.
GDP is not representative of the...
Okay, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. My response to that as a coach or judge would be, now you dismissed it, but didn't show me that it's not happening. You again showed it's inconclusive. So very good defensive argument. In a judge's language, I would say you mitigated the biggest impact on the other side. Brilliant. But can we maybe try to go even step further and describe why this logic could not be the logic that would prove anything when it comes to, not because of the bad data, not because of a bad perspective, but simply that this is happening, even if this is happening, even if GDP is good as a measure, why this is still not the case?
Because it's overgeneralized. The South here is China, and China is race, not all the South is race.
Okay, to be honest, so to stop with the fake news, I can look at the exact chart. It's not just China, it's Brazil, China, and India. So it's a bit more. Okay, so not representative. Okay, cool, I take it. I take it. Okay, do we have maybe even stronger, even a step further alternative explanation of why this is actually like this, but the world is not getting equal? So we have here one, it's not representative, but that means we need to look at other data and see what's happening with our states.
I mean, if we compare what the global north and the global south is in population terms, the global north is like 1 to 1.5 billion people, and the south is far more people. So it's equal, but it's still quite unequal.
Yeah, you're now catching me on my mistakes. I agree. This was already in relative terms. Yeah, but good point. You know what could be the response? And if debaters would do a bit of research, and this is why I'm progressing. We started with the marriage, where you literally don't need research, just some thinking. Then we went to the capitalism, where you need a bit of imagination. And now we are at the point that debaters would actually need to research, but I promise you it's on the first site of Google results that you would get. But before I tell you, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's the human index, which take into consideration education, life of expected life, and health, which is kind of getting higher in this country, but not necessarily it's the same standard or it's the same.
Yeah, that's interesting. Didn't think of that. That's interesting. I would need to have you as a coach in my teams to deal with all the statistics, because you have all this. What about this index? Huh? Okay, what would debaters find immediately if they would Google Global South, North, whatever, and hope that they would be able to connect it? But they would be able to connect this data that they would find if they would know what they are doing, if they would know that the purpose is to find alternative explanation, yada yada. Is that yes, maybe this is what is happening on a global scale. However, with the North and the South. However, right? However, if you look at the New York, if you look at the Paris, if you look at the London, right? The differences there are getting much, much bigger. You literally go to the center of Paris, then you go 10 kilometers out and you feel like you're in the global South, right? So you can say, yes, on a global scale, countries are becoming much bigger, much more equal. However, internally, the differences are bigger and bigger, right? So that means that the poverty and inequality has only restructured. It's not that there is no inequality anymore, it's just that it has taken different shape internally. Again, you can call me on that data, you can have additional interpretation. I'm not claiming that's correct. But you see, when debaters are going to find on a first search of site of Google, they will find New York 30 years ago and now, on average much better, but they will find here you have rich people and then you have absolutely poor people that is going, their GDP or whatever is going like that. Then you will have Paris that literally have concentric circles if you look. Then you have London and so on and so on. So they can literally say, yes, that's absolutely correct. We agree. Real data, even GDP is good, even human index is good. There is a correlation. We all agree with that. However, even if that chart is correct, the thing is that the inequality has restructured, right? And now you see how, through some examples that would be literally used in a debate, right? That you could literally coach your students to use them to win the round. We are addressing very important global issues, right? And we are not just addressing them in terms of let's make a good case, let's make arguments on the topic. We literally are now, for example, this would be the thing that I would discuss with students, I don't know, for 3 hours, maybe 3 next sessions. Does anybody has a counter argument? Can we collect all the data on that? Or for the capitalism, you know, why would when the private property was came into place, you know, what happened before? What was so many things that you could discuss, right? Okay, let's stop with examples because now we had a lot on the first set on the examples. Let's maybe talk which one, because we have many. I just want to know which one are more interesting. Okay, one thing that I'm now using things that I see in the last, I don't know, 1 year of tournaments that I was judging all around the world that I see the most problematic. And one was the use of examples, because people don't use interpretations behind the examples. Oh, by the way, if you do want, I can tell you what my instruction, still sticking with the examples, what my instructions for students would be. Because now we just, you know, discussed examples a bit. What debate instructions for examples would be, you need to describe the example very well. You need to make a strong interpretation of the example. What is the causal logic behind your interpretation of it? And then thirdly, you need to show me why your example is applicable. These are 3 things that you want to teach your students when you're teaching them the use of examples in debate. So, again, for those who were here yesterday, the board picture is just for me, so I follow my thoughts, not for you to be able to read. So, description of the example. I need to know what's the example about, because I'm a neutral observer. I have no idea what have you read. Secondly, the interpretation behind the example. And thirdly, applicability. Briefly, applicability. Let's take an example from middle school little kids, right? They will say, our argument is that smoking is bad for your health. An example to illustrate that, to appeal to the logic is, in the last 5 years in Slovenia, there is 50% more of patients with lung cancer in hospitals. Right? I mean, could be nice example, but it's not applicable. It's not telling me that smoking is bad. It's just telling me that there are a lot of people that are having big problems with their health and they're in hospitals. Not applicable to the statement at all. Right? And this needs to be explained how example is applicable. But that was an easy case. Okay, let's go to the description. I was judging a debate on Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies. I don't get any of this. I bought something on Revolut, Robinhood, whatever. Have no idea what's happening there. But there was a debate. And one very good university team from the United States had the argument on some sort, I don't remember, economic crisis, if you base your national economy on this, whatever. And they said, as we have seen in an example of Venezuela, this and this. And then they lost the debate. And in my explanation, I told them, one of the reasons that you lost the debate was that your explanations were not really developed, and you also didn't have any examples to truly show me and illustrate me what you're talking about. And then they got totally mad, right? They complained over the judge. That stupid judge from Balkan with accent did not even listen. Not just that he is speaking in English with accent, he was not even able to follow the debate because we clearly had the Venezuela example in it. And my response to that, because I was discussing with them later, and now they're both my students, so all is good and I can speak about them. I told them, well, you didn't have an example? And they said, yes, we had Venezuela example. And my response was, that was not an example. You said, as we have seen in the example of Venezuela. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything in the example of Venezuela. I have no idea what happened in Venezuela. So very important that you teach description of the examples. Rather have less examples, describe them well, so that you will be able to go to the second point to make an interpretation of it. And then the last thing, interpretation, another debate example. This house supports Chinese investments in Africa. Absolutely overly abused topic in last 5 years. China, Road and Belt Initiative, China's investments, everybody were debating that. And usually in the debates, in these debates, I got the example, I got from intermediate debaters, I got arguments such as, first argument, China is doing bad things because they are not allowing African people to use the infrastructure. Second thing, China is exploiting African people for the cheap labor force. Third argument, for all the well-paid labor force, China actually brings in their own people. And then on the other hand, I saw, yes, but they built so much good infrastructure. Yes, but the GDP, blah, blah, blah. And so, what's the problem? Very example-based arguments. I'm getting a list of good things there, a list of bad things there, so what should I do? Should I count the things or what? At the best case scenario, in the last speeches of debate, I'm going to get some kind of comparative analysis. Number of people affected here, the gravity of impact there, long-term, short-term, but it will be just literally listing the examples and then trying to make something out of it. And I have no idea which example should I trust, because I didn't read on that. I'm a neutral judge. I should pretend I don't know anything about it. Now, the teams that were winning all these debates, because as I said, like I've seen that debate at so many tournaments, the teams that were winning these debates were teams that offered interpretation of their examples. And I will offer one of the interpretations that I've heard from the team on the opposition that said, no, we support Chinese investments in Africa. And they said, look, here are obviously, to start with examples, as you suggested, here are obviously now examples of good practices that China does. But we are aware there are also some bad practices. Now the question is, what is more likely to expect from China? What are more credible examples and so on? So look, our true argument that we want to use to win this debate with is actually the fact that it is in China's economic interest to develop Africa. Why? Because China's economic growth is slowing down. B, China needs high economic growth in order for the Communist Party to have something to give in exchange to the people, to have the concentration of political power. C, they are not able to expand to new markets because nobody likes them in the West. In the region, they are also quite like in tension with majority of possible new markets. Therefore, they are searching for new markets that they could trade with in the future. So it is in their selfish economic incentive that they develop Africa, that they raise their purchasing power, that they raise their GDP, so they will have good markets in the future to trade with. Therefore, you can see all the examples happening. Obviously, there are some bad practices, as always. However, here you had the analysis why China really wants to do good things for Africa. I'm not saying, I told you that's from intermediate high school debaters, not saying that's a good economic analysis necessarily, but I'm telling you how this was the interpretation of examples. This was the developing of a causal link of why China would do bad or why China would do good things. And this is how they, A, will win the debate, but B, will address global issues on a totally different level. Obviously, 100 different examples I could tell you. Let's go to the second thing. Second thing that I realized that is problematic or not problematic in the sense that, oh my God, these are such bad debates, because that doesn't happen. Simply something that where I see debaters could improve, especially where coaches could improve to teach debaters, is something that in debate we usually call counterfactuals. Yeah, you can't read it, so it's not important if I spell it correctly. Does anybody know what is a counterfactual in the debate? Or would anybody try to assume what counterfactual in competitive debate setting could be? Anybody? You can try to guess if you want. Okay. Huh?
It's like trying to imagine what an alternative state
Brilliant.
is something
Yeah,
that
yeah.
hasn't happened.
Brilliant. Imagining the alternative, the other vision of the world. And now my point is, and here I will be a bit radical intentionally, because I think debaters are not doing this at all. So I will be very now, arguing on the other side. By the way, I think that's the best teaching practice. When I teach political philosophy, get first-year students, and they're all very liberal and neoliberal. I start with Marxism, and I want to be seen in their eyes as a crazy Marxist who is now preparing a revolution in his home. When I get crazy Marxists from some progressive movements that I'm not sure if they are not preparing something at home, then I start with the free market arguments. But the point is that you need to pretend that you truly believe in that, so they get engaged, that they are like, oh my God, this teacher, right? And it's brilliant. Okay, so this is why I will now, because I think there is a big lack of counterfactuals, just take it with a reservation. I will now be very radical here. But I believe that in every debate, if you want to have a clear communication strategy, clear case, clear arguments, you need to have clear counterfactuals on both sides. I mean, cats versus dogs, it's obvious counterfactual as well as win for proposition, but it's obvious what you are comparing, right? This house believes US should not remove troops from Afghanistan. Counterfactual on the other side, not clear anymore. Because it's not the only alternative that you just leave the troops there. It could be whatever. And here I'm not saying you should have a counter plan, counter model. I'm just saying that you need to be able to explain what exactly is the world that you are supporting. What do I get if I vote for your side? The easiest way to show you this is with so-called regret motions that all the young university students like to set so much for the tournaments. Regret motions are so popular now. For example, the regret motion, very easy one. This house regrets that media is prioritizing the private life of the politicians. Okay, that's a motion that I've heard several times. Seems to be an easy one. It's a regret motion. Okay, now the opposite. So we regret, let's write it down, we regret media focus on private life. Okay, private life, very good. Now we regret this. So on the opposition, what is the vision of the world on the opposition? What does opposition say? It's very obvious. They're okay with that. They don't regret it. So they are fine. They like this gossip. They think it's good for whatever reason. But it's very obvious what the counterfactual or vision of the world on the opposition is. We exactly know. They like the fact that media is focused on private life of the politicians. Now, in this case, I have no idea what does proposition support. I mean, I know that they don't like the focus on of media on private life of the politicians, but what do they like? Right? I mean, they can have 5 brilliant arguments how this is bad, how political discourse is bad, how this is infringing on individual rights of politicians, blah, blah, blah. But my question as a judge will be, I mean, I get you're annoyed with that, you regret it, but what do you like? Is there anything you like? Or do you just want to nag about the world, right? I have no, or to put it differently, I as a judge, and that's the principle of methodology, I need to decide, I need to vote for one vision of the world. And I know exactly what I'm voting for if I vote for the opposition in this case. I vote for a world where this will be the case. Media majority dominantly, not exclusively, is going to be focused on the private lives. I know exactly. I have no idea what will happen if I vote for the person who says that they don't want that. I have no idea if I wake up in the world of the proposition tomorrow, right? If all their principles that they have are implemented, I have literally no idea what kind of world am I going to wake in tomorrow. So how could I even vote for them, even if they have brilliant arguments how this focus on private life is bad and harmful? I still don't know, but what do I get on your side, right? So this is why also the proposition will need to give me some kind of counterfactual, right? Now, obviously, it would be just too easy to say, oh, yes, dear judge, there is an obvious counterfactual, and it is media would be neutral, would be rational, would be logical, and everybody would read it. That is our counterfactual. That just, it seems unfair. You can't just say that, right? So always when it comes to debate and teaching counterfactuals, there are two things the debaters need to prove, generally, as their strategic communication approach. Number one, that their counterfactual, their vision of the world is better. So that you need to win that, otherwise you can't do anything. But secondly, that it's likely to happen, that it's possible, right? I can't just say, yes, we support the world with perfect media, everybody reads it, there are no fake news, and that's it. Yeah, then you will probably win the debate immediately, right? And you will have easy time showing that that's better than some gossip-focused and based media. However, you will have hard time showing that this is likely to happen, that world is possible on your side. So always there are two questions when it comes to counterfactual. Is it better? Is it likely to happen? Is it feasible, if you want? Okay. Now, let's see how this particular thing that is A, problematic in debate circus international currently, and B, is something that can help you win the debate immediately if you come up with good counterfactual. So it's also something, again, that students will want to do in a debate training. How can this help you to, again, tackle a specific global issue that I would this time not call reinterpreting? So the first critical thinking skill was reinterpreting the logical, causation and interpretation. Now, the critical thinking skill that you get here by using one debate thing, that's counterfactual, by addressing a random global issue that you want, is imagining different worlds. Literally pushing students to look at the history. And it's easy. Why? Because always when you regret something, you can regret historical events. To push people, students, to think about history, and by the fact that they will need to come up with counterfactual, you push them to imagine what could have happened if something else would not happen. Now, I told you too much, because now you will not fall for the trap that I'm preparing for you, but once in the finals of Euro Open debate competition, I set the debate topic that was so controversial that till the end of the debate, everybody thought that I'm crazy Marxist, that he's preparing the revolution. And then after it, when they got the feedback, they were like, oh yeah, now we get it. The topic was, you all know, in 1989, the Berlin Wall fell, right? And then in 90s, Western and Eastern Germany were reunited, right? For the background, so we are on the same page. Western Germany, at least in the dominant narrative, a bit more democratic and connected to the capitalist West. In the Eastern Germany, lower GDP, lower living standards, seem to be much less democratic and connected to the Eastern socialist bloc, right? And regardless of this is true or not, for sure this is the dominant narrative that also debaters have, is that Eastern Bloc, people suffering, was not a lot of future and so on. Okay. Now my topic was, this house regrets the reunification of Germany's in, the topic was, in 1989, the Berlin Wall fall, and in 90s, the two Germanys were reunited. This house regrets the reunification of Germany's in 1990. What would be your approach on proposition? By the way, it was really beautiful because I think that on proposition there was United States team, and on the opposition it was China. So it was brilliant. And United States team that was very good lost. It was 7 or 9-0. They did not have a case. And they were absolutely appalled by the topic. And they did not find a way to argue for the proposition. Do we have any ideas how could we argue for the proposition? What would be the arguments? What would be the approaches? We regret the reunification of Germany. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could look at the status quo, what is happening in Germany right now, or how are the regions comparing? Because I think if you look today, there's still a divide in Germany. The East is much more poor. People have immigrated all to the West. You could say that in an alternative framework, it could look much more like, I don't know, other countries which have integrated into the European Union, like the Baltics or the Czech Republic, which have more economic opportunities.
Okay, I like that. I think this is along the lines. We'll have a comment on that later, but I think it's brilliant. Konrad?
Becoming a European superpower had a negative impact on other countries in the region. It allowed Germany to stay the way it was beneficial for them, not necessarily for other countries.
Yeah, okay. I like both of the ideas. I think that both of you would have problems, much smaller than the US team had, but you would have problems, although they had brilliant arguments, like amazing minds were there, they just didn't figure out the strategy. You would both have problems with some sort of comparative analysis in the end. Because the other team would just be, yes, but all the suffering. Come on, guys, like what? Look at the status quo, still divided, yes, but look all the suffering that happened. Would you really want them not to, like Berlin Wall not to fall and them not to be reunited? Really? Are you willing to compare all your little harms that you have with the suffering and no perspective that we have on that side? Disclaimer, I'm not saying that that's necessarily true. I'm saying what you would probably get from debaters.
I don't know if I misunderstood the motion, but I think you said you regret the unification of Germany, not the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Okay, that's true. No, you didn't. That was a brilliant catch, and I even added that, so nice catch. But what would be your argument now? How does that change things?
I think it changes the fact that you would have to say that you only regret the unification of those two states and that the eastern part of Germany would have a bigger chance as a state alone, where they would have been supported by the rest of Europe.
Yeah, I think we are now moving in a very good direction. However, like, I don't know why any of you didn't make a concrete step and say, look, what would be our counter? Because I still don't know, but maybe they would have a better chance. Yeah, but like, what am I voting for? I know that if I vote for the opposition, I vote for the reunification. Opposition loved the fact that the Berlin Wall fell. Opposition loves the fact that they were reunited and integrated to the Western, democratic, capitalistic world. I know what I'm voting for. All I got from this side was nice, but it was just some harms, could be better, could be comparative, but I have no idea, but what am I, like, I have no idea what's the vision of the world, right? So if I would push you with this strategy, if I now try to pick on what the three ideas were, I would say that your sort of alternative or counterfactual in this case is, thank God the Berlin Wall has fallen, but it would be much better if the two Germanys would be separated states, and if we would do all that is in our power to integrate Eastern Germany as a separated political entity to the European Union, to the Western world, to the global economy. Why would that be better? Firstly, because there were harms to other countries, Konrad. Secondly, because everybody, the moment when it happened, like moved there, and now you have absolutely underdeveloped region, probably also the place for a right-wing rise due to the economic situation. Or this, the last argument, that could mean that this region would develop better as a separate entity. Now, two things we need to prove. Is it better? We have some arguments. Now we would only need why this was likely to happen. Why it would be absolutely possible to have a separated political entity that we would accept, integrate to the European Union through diplomatic, economic, political means, as we did with some Balkan states, as we try to do with Turkey, and so on. Again, I'm not saying that's a winning strategy, but you do see how the only way to truly win this debate is to show what is the alternative, and by showing what is the alternative, students will see global history, one part of global history, now in a totally separated way. They will see two possible courses, trajectories of history. They will know that the fact that you maybe disliked the exact version of Eastern communism, socialism, Eastern Bloc, does not mean that you need to support European Union and everything that happened later, that there are other alternatives. Again, I'm not saying that any of those is good, bad, better, whatever. I'm just saying that this is a specific approach that will give students not just easier way to win the debate, not just critical thinking, skill of thinking outside the box and exploring possible alternative trajectories of history, developments in the future, but also they will get the chance to see concrete examples from history being developed in a totally different way. Okay. That was on the counterfactuals. Next thing that I want to address, we will do one or two more, we'll see, is, again, something that I see is a bit problematic at the tournament, and that is building your moral frameworks or building the principled arguments, right? Now, unfortunately, we don't have time, or the session not even dedicated to that, to truly discuss how to build a principled argument. Although it's a quite interesting endeavor. I would only maybe, from the pedagogical debate perspective or judging perspective, say that there are two ways of how one could use principles in debate. That is principle as a principle framework or principle as a substantive autonomous argument. I'll give you an example to explain the difference. This house would ban private schools. Now, I could have the argument, let's say I'm on the opposition, so I like private schools, or at least I think they should exist. I would have the argument, quality of education. And I would claim that's my principle. Now that's not a principle argument. That's only the moral framework under which you operate. Because in order to win that moral framework, in order to win that point, you need to win all the practicalities that will show you that only with the existence of private education you are going to get quality education or the best possible education for everybody. So the fact that you say, I support quality education on opposition, that's our principal argument why one should not ban private schools. Okay, nice point. However, you need to win all the practical arguments, or at least majority of them, or at least all the practical arguments connected to the quality of education if you want to win this point. So you have a principle framework under which you operate. You try to gain some moral high ground. However, you don't have a substantive argument that would be self-standing argument. To give you an example of self-standing, substantive argument, that would be the argument on the same topic that would say, we support the choice when it comes to the free choice of parents when it comes to schooling of your children. Free choice in education. That's an argument where you don't need to prove that will be quality or not. You don't need to prove what will be the impacts. You obviously can compare that with impacts, but that's a self-standing substantive argument that if you prove that freedom of choice when it comes to education is a moral value that we all should cherish, in itself already supports the topic. Similar thing, this house would grant Hawaii nationhood, right? You can have a moral principle as a moral framework that would say, we support the cultural preservation of the preservation of culture of indigenous cultures, right? Again, now you need to win. That's the best way to do it, the only way to do it, the most efficient way to do it. Nice moral framework. We like you, good guys on that side. You know, you have a moral high ground. We agree. However, that's not an argument in itself. You need to prove so many things under it. Or you could have the argument that would say, we support the principle of restoration of justice, or the reparation principle. That principle says the moment when you, always when you steal something from somebody, you literally need to return this exact thing back. We did steal nationhood from Hawaii in the past, therefore we need to return it. You don't need to win any other argument. I mean, I'm not saying you're winning the debate. I'm saying you can win this argument only by having this analysis, right? Maybe you should add a bit. Now I'm delving already into how to build principal arguments. But you should maybe, in such argument, add a bit why the restoration of justice is so intuitively accepted by everyone, right? Because I will say, okay, I am now a judge, and I say, okay, you are for restoration of justice. I agree that we have stolen nationhood from Hawaii in the past. So if I accept the restoration of justice as a principle, you have one argument for your side. Now I only need, if there is any analysis additional that I as a judge would search for, that's the analysis to answer the question why the restoration of justice is a good thing. I mean, I know we all intuitively accept it, but if I as a coach, as a teacher, would try to tell them, deepen your analysis, what we usually get from judges, make it deeper, develop it more, what does that mean, right? I would ask them, develop this, answer me, why the hell restoration of justice is so important? And you could do this with the analogy, right? Reasoning by analogy. The analogy that I truly like, used by students a lot, but a few teams were the first one to use it, doesn't matter who. The analogy that says, look, if I now steal a shoe from Conrad, right? I steal him a shoe for whatever reason, nobody cares. You all in this room would agree that it would be perverse from me to say, look, Conrad, I promise to return you your shoe that I have stolen, but only after you prove me that that's politically, economically, and physically better for you. So if you win the impact and practicalities, I promise to return you the shoe, but not before. You would all be, no, just return the shoe because you have stolen it. It was not yours, you took it, he didn't give it to you, return it. We can also discuss the practicalities. Will Conrad be happier with the shoe? Or will, because he will have the shoe, annoy more people at the coffee place in the evening, so maybe that's a harm, I don't know, right? But it is absolutely irrelevant. Practicalities are irrelevant because we all intuitively agree that it would be just a just thing for me to give a shoe. So that's restoration of justice. If you have stolen, you need to return it. If I prove you that we have stolen nationhood from Hawaii, right, then it's a done deal. We have a self-standing autonomous principle argument. But that's a hard thing to do, I know. What debaters don't do, and what can really be good to open, again, global issues from the perspective that one don't see a lot, is they don't do the first thing, not even the first thing, right? Moral framework for their case. And how I usually introduce that, if I'm not even teaching debate, but just communication studies, I introduce that by introducing the famous why question, right? In majority of communication strategies, it's much more important, or at least equally important, to answer the question, but why you are saying something, not just what you are saying. Why? I'm using my time inefficiently again. 2 years ago, I went with my little niece to the store. She is 4, 6, 7, 12 years, I don't know, very small. And her mom, right, asked us to bring her a shampoo. And I know, when a girl tells you to bring a shampoo, you need to bring the exact one, because otherwise there are problems, right? And I knew exactly which one, the Green War, Garnier, something, I have no idea. But at the time, I knew. So we came to the store with a little niece, and she said, and I told her, oh, do you want to take, you know, the shampoo for your mom from the shelf? And she said, yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then I said, oh, so took the green one. And then she was, no, I'll take the black one. And I was like, no, the green one, no, the black one, no, the green one, no, the black one. And I was, no, the green one, no, the black one. And I was like, okay, take the black one. And she was, why? Right? And she took all my credibility in a moment. I felt like, at least until now, she disagreed with me, but she respected me for having an opinion. Now she even knows I don't even have an opinion. Right? Now, why did she ask me why? Do you think that she was really like, why did my uncle change his mind? Of course, she didn't want that. She was testing my authority and my background story. I was the authority for her. I was demanding something. I changed my mind, and now she was testing is, do I have it covered? Do I have reasoning behind it? But why are you changing that? Similarly to when the kids ask the famous question, why is the sky blue? What do you think that they are at some point, that's weird. Why would it be blue? I need to go to ask my parents. No! They are testing the authority of people who claim that want to be their authority. They are testing their background story. They want to know if they have answers. Because if they don't have answers, then why would I accept you as the authority? And the answer that is like at its core responding to the question that is proving the authority is why. To give you a very brief and naive political analysis, 2016 American elections, right? Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton. Oh, by the way, I need to tell you one little anecdote. The day before the elections in 2016, we were at a debate tournament in Germany, and there were interviews with debate coaches, and they asked me, as a philosopher or whatever, to give an opinion for some news or whatever, newspaper, who do I think will win the elections, right? And I obviously thought it will be Hillary Clinton. And I wanted to be edgy and provocative and cool, right? So I said, for the first time, I'm so very thankful that the America is not led by, the background that you need to know. I believe that Hillary Clinton is actually the representative of neoliberal capital, and Trump is a representative of whatever, internal construction, real sector, and so on. Hillary Clinton is Wall Street, right? So I wanted to be edgy, and I said, for the first time in history, I'm so happy to say that America is not led by people, but by global capital, so Hillary Clinton will win. The next day, Trump won. That was quite a faux pas. However, Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. Hillary was leading before the campaign started, right? Obviously, now there are thousands of reasons why she lost. The opinion, who do we support, not important at all. My point being that if I ask you now, what is the answer to the question why Donald Trump should be the president of the United States? You will all say to make America great again, especially in the 2016 campaign, right? And when you ask this to students, even very young ones, they immediately say it, whether they like Donald Trump or not. If I ask you why Hillary Clinton should be the president, I'm sure you can make arguments. I'm sure you have position, but this is what I do sometimes in classroom, I ask people this and I say, let's all scream at the same time what our answer is, like million different answers, right? Exactly, right? There was no clear communication strategy, no clear answer to the basic question, why the hell would you be president? I do believe, not sure if I'm willing to risk the hypothesis, I do believe she had better arguments. I do believe she was good in communication, obviously made some political mistakes because she didn't win. But I would say that was the main macro reason. So you always why? You need to have this answer. And by the way, the reason for that, because humans, we are storytelling animals, right? We tell ourselves stories to survive, to preserve culture, and we want to see the background story. Now, briefly, quickly to jump to the debate. Let's imagine the debate topic that was debated a lot, 2000, what was that, 16, 17, 18, have no idea. When there was the Catalonia independence struggle in Spain, we know what the situation was. Catalonia went out, had a referendum, voted for the secession. Spain and European Union said, yeah, well, no, we disagree. Now the topic is, that was at the tournament, Winter Holidays Open in Zagreb, here actually was the tournament. The topic was, this house supports the right of regions to create their own independent states if majority of the region supports that. And I heard a lot of arguments. I wrote them down just so you'll see that there were good arguments on both sides. So the arguments that I've heard, I can briefly tell you. Some of them were quite problematic. Balkanization of Europe was one of them that I've heard. Selfish nationalism. They are not really so different. Economic crisis will happen. Argument for secession. Catalonia is not Spain. Unequal partnership. People should have the choice. Blah, 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 blah. So, arguments on both sides. I just wrote them down. Now, at this tournament, it was absolutely, I checked the statistics, unequal distribution of wins because the people who were, it doesn't matter the sides, the people who were arguing for the independency were dominantly winning. And I wanted to know why. Because I think that when you read the arguments, I mean, we are laughing to some of them, but you know, judges should be neutral, assuming that majority of judges were okay. There are arguments that are present on both sides. So I wanted to know why. So I discussed a bit with coaches what were the cases that, because it was a prepared topic, what were the cases that students were running. And propositions, all of them, majority of them, arguing for the independency, they did have the answer to the question why we are doing so. And usually the answer was self-determination, right? Sometimes they tried to develop this in a principled argument. Didn't seem it succeeded. However, they all had this moral framework. Why are we doing that? What's the moral high ground on our side? Self-determination, autonomy of the people. As long as I'm not harming anybody else, I should have the right to determine how I am going to live my life. The same goes for the community. Therefore, if you voted for it, leave us out. Don't make problems. Now, majority of oppositions did not have anything like that, right? So they were only fighting argument by argument, right? Saying, oh, it would be so harmful if you go out. Oh, but isn't it true that, you know, if it's harmful, then you should not be allowed to do that because you are harming other people and that's bad. Balkanization of Europe, whatever, right? So they were arguing, they were like Hillary Clinton, right? Arguing on every argument basis. Some of them won, but majority didn't. Because teams did not have the answer to the question why. Now my question would be, what is the principle that one could use on the opposition? So why you are against the independency or against the right to autonomy, even if majority of the region supports it, what would be the principle that would give you the moral high ground or would at least equalize the playing field? Any idea? I found 2 teams having this principle out of 120, but didn't truly talk with all of them. So now on proposition for the independency, we have the principle of self-determination. That is, you know, where we are getting our moral high ground. This is our question, answer to the question why we are on the proposition, right? To make America great again, said Trump, and this team said to support the self-determination, and here are the 3 arguments. Now the problem is that opposition didn't have any of such principles. They said, yeah, we are just, you know, on the opposition and here are the arguments. And they were losing because, this is my assumption, hypothesis, because they didn't have this moral high ground. So what could be the principle that one would use as a moral high ground, as a moral framework, as a main answer to the question, but why? How dare you be on the opposition? So for example, dear Donald Trump, how dare you say this about migrants? It's obvious, I want to make America great again, right? So how dare you be against the independency of the region? Well, it's obvious because, I need 8 minutes to explain you because I have my arguments. So we have one idea here and I go back to you. That's a good one, but classic mistake when it comes to principle is that you come up with a principle that's applicable. I agree with you. Cooperation, commitment, solidarity, group, whatever. Okay, very good. However, I'm not sure that you can defend that principle in any case, all right? can you say solidarity and cooperation when former colonies want to become autonomous? Probably not. So I say, okay, so then probably that's not the moral framework you're operating under. I'm sure there are ways for you to squirrel out, I know. But you see, it's not, you know, I say cooperation and say, yeah, they support that formal colonies should not be independent. This is their principle, literally. In politics, cooperation, solidarity, group work is important. Not sure. Do we have anything else? You had something and then, yeah.
My answer, my argument would be working for fixing things with state would make the best for both sides rather than separation, which make both sides weaker.
I think that's a brilliant argument. I would not say that's a moral framework. That is just weighing the impact on both sides and claiming we believe the world will be still better place if we count in all the harms and all the benefits. So I think, you know, it's not a clear answer to make America great again. It's like, okay, here are the harms, here are the benefits of this side, harms and benefits of this side. I will now compare them. So it's a whole case already.
Maybe keeping a balance and do not create, dangerous situations in a region that's been historically like that.
Yes, I think this is the way to go. To add to this, the principle that is literally, I hope you don't have any expert on international law here, because I will now say something about it. The principle that is the most important principle, basic core principle of majority of international contracts and agreements is not self-determination, it's peace and order and stability. And in a majority of theories, not just some kind of realist theories, also liberal idealistic theories, we will get this as a basic approach. How do we want to govern the international community? So now on one hand you say, why we want to do that? Because self-determination. But why would you oppose that people that at the referendum decided to go out? Why would you oppose that? Well, because I'm fighting for order and peace and stability in the community, international community. That's not an argument for sure. That is just a principle that gives you some sort of moral high ground to start building your arguments, to give you the answer to the question why you're doing so, and something that can connect all of your other arguments that exist. Peter.
I don't know exactly why I was thinking of yesterday the abstract dilemma, freedom of and freedom from.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely could be like that. I could not agree more, yes. I could not agree more that that could be prioritizing specific sort of freedom. To be honest, literally when you say order, the way to show why order is more important than self-determination is literally prioritizing freedom from or freedom to. Brilliant, I agree with you. We'll add this to my session. Remind me later to make a note. So you see now, not just again, we are trying to follow the same structure, right? To give you ideas how to work with that. We did some debate communication thing. We know, very briefly we discussed, we need some sort of communication strategy. We need the main answer to the question why. In debate terms, that would mean we need a moral principle to create moral high ground. When it comes to topic, you can always discuss what are the possible moral high grounds for positions that people hold in world, right? And this will give debaters absolutely different perspectives. Remember yesterday, I will briefly repeat because it's also connected for those who were not here yesterday. We discussed the topic, this house believes that the state should disregard the opinion of local population when building necessary public works, right? And if you understand the state as something alienated, big, led by corporations or abusive politicians, then the main clash is individual rights or property rights versus the big state that will take my garden away. But if you understand state differently through, let's say, social contract approach, not to revise it once again, and if you understand the democratic state as an institution that is representing the individual and property rights but all the citizen, then the clash is reformulated into the clash of individual rights of, or property rights of one person versus individual rights of all the citizens to have a good road to get to the hospital quicker. So you get totally different interpretation, right? And with this, you are asking yourself what is behind, and when you have this answer, students will see global issues differently, because you can see how they will report on their own personal opinion on secession of Catalonia, if you only discuss self-determination with them, or if at some point they know that this is the clash between self-determination and, on the other hand, order and stability. Absolutely differently, they will see all the data that they have, all the researches that they will find, they will perceive them differently. So again, we have critical thinking and debate skill that helps you win the tournament, that helps you win the debate, that helps you win the practice debate in the classroom, and we have totally different approach to global issues that you might tackle in classroom, very transdisciplinary. You can use whatever you want for that, right? History, sociology, whatever. Okay, I want to give you one last, this will take 2 minutes. This one is on argumentation. By the way, when I say 2 minutes, we all know it might be longer, right? But that's the trick, right? This is what Shakespeare wrote in the sonnet 133, I believe. I lied to her, she lied to me, and in our lies we flattered be. So that means, you know, I lie to you, it's going to be 2 minutes, you lie to me that you agree with me, that you trust me, and then we all end up in 6 minutes. Argumentation. One of the big problems that I see in debate tournaments with little beginner debaters and with the most advanced debaters, and the same problem, interestingly, I see with students in philosophy class or social studies class, or classes that I do with debate methodology for different subjects, history, geography, and so on, is that people don't start their argument with the exact thesis of what they are going to prove. They say, that's the argument on the economy. That's the argument about the problem. That's the argument about the efficiency of our action. That's the argument on climate crisis. I'm like, but what? Right? So something that we teach judges to evaluate positively in your argument development moment, something that we hope coaches would be teaching is that at the beginning of the argument, I will not say it needs to be the first line. You can always have a tag for the argument. Say, okay, argument on the economy, the thesis is, we are going to prove you this and this. So you need to tell me what you are going to prove me, right? Why? Not because it's a rule, and not just because judges sometimes have hard time following, but because of a very specific way how human mind works. And we are going to do a little experiment. I'm going to write down a sequence of number on the board. And then I'll ask you to tell me what is the next number. And if I get a correct answer, I pay for drinks for that person in the evening. Absolutely, since we are on the stream, this will be non-alcoholic beverage. Wait, and so that you won't say that I have tricked you, I will now here write the answer, right? So it's blank. I'm pretending now. Okay. You have no idea how many. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, now the sequence. I really need to be careful because once I did that in a classroom and I made a mistake in a sequence, I needed to pay for everybody in the end. Okay, that's the sequence. Okay, so what's the number here? Raise your hand and tell me. 2, 5, 4, 5, 6, 5.
7.
So we have 7. We have 8. Anybody else?
8 again.
Okay, then you are second one, non-alcoholic beverages anymore. Any other answer? Huh? What? Okay, but this is we already have. I can tell you I don't have a correct answer yet.
4.
Okay, 4. Still no correct answer. Okay, the answer that I wrote down was 1,279. Right? Why? Because the only rule of the sequence that I had in mind was in between it needs to be 5, and every number needs to be higher than the previous one, but the fact that it was 2, 4, 6, it was absolutely random. So only rule I had in my mind when building the sequence was 5 in between and numbers needs to be bigger, but that was then just unfortunately a coincidence, right? But I see on your faces now that you are like, oh, come on, right? That was stupid. We deserved that non-alcoholic beverage because that was a trick. We had no chance of winning. I can see of some of your faces. But my response would be, but why? I have just given you a very logical explanation. So why do I have these faces? Why? For one reason. Because human beings are pattern-seeking animals. We are not very rational, but we are very good in rationalizing things for the past. So the moment when you saw something, you created a pattern in your mind. You were like, yeah, it's obvious, it's 8, what else could it be? To be honest, I'm absolutely afraid to ask who got 7 and why. Why?
Because like 2 is only divided by 2.
Good one. Love that. Good one. Unfortunately, no beverage. But you created a pattern immediately in your mind. You said, yeah, it makes sense. That's the most reasonable thing. Now I gave you the explanation. Very logical explanation, reasonable explanation. You seem all to agree with my explanation that it should be 1,279. 1,279. Why? Because the answer was written here, so it didn't cheat. It follows the logic that I have represented, so that is a correct answer. But you still are like, yeah, we like the argumentation, we got it. It is bulletproof, it has no logical mistake, there's no counterexample, but we still believe that right? Because you have a pattern in your mind. And this is what happens in argumentation. If you don't tell me at the beginning what the point of the argument is, I will get the pattern in my head. I have heard so many arguments already, right? The moment when you say, oh, going to talk about global economy, I'm going to say, yeah, I get it. So it's going to be this, 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 and this. And then you give me something else. And then I will be like you were. Yeah, I get it, but I simply think mine is still better. I get the logic. Not even sure I have something to say against the logic, but I as an audience, a member of audience, as a judge, will not be deeply convinced. So because of this characteristic of human mind, because we are pattern-seeking animals that like to rationalize things for the back, we see something, we say, yeah, it makes sense for the past, but because that is the nature of human mind, we need to make sure that we always control the patterns that people get when they are listening to us. We should be the one to tell them exactly what we are going to do. We're going to prove you that. We're going to use that example, and we're going to connect this with our moral framework of self-determination. This is what we gotta do. Now let me do it. And now I have the pattern in my mind. Even if you mess up something in between, I will know where you're getting to, and I will give you a benefit of a doubt. Wanted to say some more on argumentation here, but let's leave it here. My point, what I wanted to show you today is, number one, that you can always teach things that are important to win the debate, right? Little bits of pieces of this methodology, right? To address specific global issues with different motions, showed you several ones. Important thing is that when you're doing so, it seems that intuitively, by the very definition of a methodology, you will start working precisely on a critical thinking skills that are lacking in current education. That is to say, moral framework and how it gives you a different vision on the reality. That is to say, counterfactual, to always directly present the two worlds and have a clear comparative. That is to say, not to deal with credibility of resources and fact-checking only, but also with interpretation and causal links that are behind, yada, yada, yada. Use this as a presentation of some of the possible good practices that could lead you when you build your teaching activities. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can obviously just stop me outside. I will probably be smoking or drinking coffee. Enjoy, enjoy.
Okay, as I was saying, my name is Cristela. I work as a project coordinator for Junior Achievement of Albania. I've not been into debate for quite too much. I joined in 2018 as a debater for the program of which I'm working right now as a volunteer of training to be a debater. Then just went into the competition, won the competition, and after 2 years, I can say, like, I got the job to work for this kind of job and for this project, which is kind of milestone in my life. With me is Fabio. He's one of the students that I train. He's kind of my kid. It's like if Marcus would be, yeah, like you have your Marcus, your own kids. This is my kid, kind of. I've trained him. And today I'm really not a teacher, but I think I'm a debate trainer. I've been trained by IDEA to be a debate trainer, and I do practice it. But I thought it was kind of interesting to share experience among us as trainers, debaters, and teachers. Luckily, we have teachers in here. How is to debate, to train about debate, and to use debate as a training tool for teachers. But since we're in the killing hour right after eating, I know that this hour is like the worst ever. He has a joke, no, not really a joke, a riddle for you, just to warm up your minds. Let's find out who will solve it, and then right after we'll have something that you should get from your chair. But let's find the riddle first.
Yeah, it's like an energizer. Well, scientifically, we know that after we eat, our energy is concentrated in the stomach, and we feel less concentrated. So the riddle is this. What are 2 things that we can never eat after lunch? Okay, take your time.
And one, wait, I need to use the mic, yeah?
We can't eat breakfast.
Yeah, great.
That is,
Yeah, that's easy.
thank you. Okay, thank you. Here's another one from me. Tom is a guy. He lives in a building like a skyscraper building. He lives in the 13th floor. But when he gets the elevator, he always pushes the 25 button, and then he uses the stairs. Why does he do that? Yeah, please. Don't tell me you know this. If you know this, please don't answer.
Okay.
You know the riddle, so no, please. Okay, is there? I want people guessing. I'm sorry. I mean, you use this riddle. Sorry? So, Tom, Nick, whatever, you name it, lives in a tall building. And every day to go to his home, he lives in the 13th floor. Like, not 13, 30. But when he uses the elevator, he always pushes the 25th button, and then he uses the stairs. Every single day to go to his home. Yeah. Guess why? We need to use the mic, I'm sorry.
Maybe he likes the neighbor living on the 25th. He want to say hi to her. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't live there, so I don't.
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. I would like to be that, but not.
Maybe because the lift is just reaching the 25th. And that's it.
You're near to it, but no. Near. Near, yeah.
Maybe I know, but I'm not sure. Maybe because he's small.
Yeah, we were used with you, Valentina, so yeah, that's true. He's a short guy, so the maximum he can reach is 25, so that he needs to use the stairs. Okay, thank you for participating. Now, there are some new faces in here, which I don't know your names. So if everyone is okay, can we all stand up? There's an energizer. We need to use this. Okay, we're going to do a math here. I like math. So can we do like a big circle? Can we do that? Okay, we can. Come on. Just make yourself useful. Okay, okay. Okay, so I'm going to start. The game is pretty easy. Thank you, Valentina. The game is pretty easy. I will say my name, like Cristela, and we'll do a sign, whatever. Then, your name, please?
Louise.
Luisa is going to say my name, my sign, and then she's going to say her name and a sign from her own. Then you, name? Laura. Laura is going to do the same. She will start with me, my sign. Luisi, her sign, her name, then the sign. I'm sorry, Valentina, you're the last one, so you're going to start with them. Are we okay with that? So we get to know each other. I do have post-it, so later we can put our name tags on our blouses to not say you're girl, you're boy, whatever. Okay, ready? We need to use the mic too, so just to hear each other. So I'm Cristela, and this is my sign.
Cristela and Louise and so Christina is the heart and Louise is peace. I'm Laura and I'm like West Coast.
Cristina. Cristela. Oh, sorry. Cristela. Luisa. Laura. Olena.
Thank you. So Cristela, Luisi, Laura, Olena, and I'm Ivana.
Okay, so Cristela, I do not know how to. I think it's. I know how it's made, but okay. Luisa is peace. Laura is West Coast. I think I get it. Anyways, Olena, and sorry, Ivana, you're Edis, and Ivana is. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's lip long.
Basically, need to show it to everyone. Oh, sorry, Valentina failed the hardest word.
Oh God. Okay. Hi. Thank you. Okay, so it's Cristela. This something, I guess. Then it's Luisa, West Coast. Then it's Laura. No, it's Luisa like this, Laura West Coast, Olena, like this, yes, clapping, and then Ivana this, and Ivana live long, something. Oh, and me. I'm Andrea, and I'll go with triangle.
Okay. Cristina. Cristela. Okay. Luisa. Laura. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Polana. Okay. Good so far. So Ivana. Ivana's good. And well, okay. One more. Ivana. And you did. Okay, yeah, that one. Andrea. Okay, triangle. And my name is Shadi, and this should be a bird, because my name means the sound of the bird. So.
Sorry, what's the name?
Shadi.
Thank you. So we'll help with Cristela.
So Cristela, so heart. Luisa. No, it was this one. Laura, it was West Coast. Olena, clap. Ivana, thumbs up. Ivona, Spock, or whatever this is. Andrea, triangle. Sorry, Shady, it was. I'm Alyosha. No clue. Huh?
You can use your body too if you want.
No. Yeah, high jump. Whoa. Yeah. It's perfect.
Oh my God, let's go. Christella was like this. Luisa was like this. Laura was like, that. Wait. What was her name? Olena was, yes. Ivana was like this. Iwana, right? And it was, yes, that, yep. Andrea, triangle. Shadi, it was like this. Oh, nice, okay, cool. What was your name? Ayosha. Yeah. And it was like this, right? That, okay, perfect, yeah. And my name is Sid, and this is my sign.
Oh, so much pressure. Christina? Cristela was heart. Oh my gosh. Luisa was peace. Laura was west. Elena clap. Ivana thumbs up. Ivana Spock. Andrea, what was the sign? Oh, triangle. Shari. What was it? Oh, no. Oh, this. And, oh gosh. Alyosha. Oh, this. And Sid.
Yes.
Now, Caroline. The sign is.
So Christella and the heart. Then there was Luisa, and it was this. Laura, it was the whatever thingy. Olena, and it was a clap. Ivana, it was a thumbs up. Ivana, it was the Spock. Andrea, it was the triangle. Shadi, it was the thingy. Alyosha, and it was the okay. Sid, you had the thing, and Christina? Caroline. Caroline. Okay, it's getting messed up. And you did also something. Oh yeah, this thing. And my name is Anette, and I guess.
Okay, so Christella was heart, Luisa was peace, Laura was west coast, Olena was clap, Ivana was thumbs up, Ivona was that thing, right? Then Andrea was the triangle, Shadi was this, Alyosha this, Sid this, then Caroline was like this, Aneta was this, and then I'm Markus, and my sign is like this.
So, Christella, this. Luisa, this one. And Laura, the thing. Polena, the club. Ivana, thumbs up. Iwana, the spoke thing. Andrea, the triangle. Shadi, like this. Alyosha, I got it. Don't tell me. Just a hint. Which one? Oh, yeah. Sid, this one. Caroline, yeah. Aneta, you did this. Marcus, like this. And I'm Yorgos, and it's Hawaiian.
Okay, Christella, Har, Luisa, Peace, Laura, West Coast, Olena, Clap, Ivana. Yeah, I know you, but then, yeah. Ivana, thumbs up. Ivana, yeah, the Spock thing. Andrea, triangle. Shadi, this thing. Oyosha, something like this. You did okay. Sid, Caroline, Aneta, Marcos, like this, and I didn't understand your name.
Yorgos.
Euros?
Yeah.
Okay.
George.
Okay, George. Great. George and you did.
Hawaii.
Yeah, this one.
And you?
And I'm Jakub, and hold this.
So, Christella, Louisa, you did peace. Laura, Olena, Ivana, also Ivana, Andrea, Shari, Alyosha, Sid, Caroline, Annette, Marcus, Jorgos, and Jakub. And my name is Barbara, and
So Christella, it's heart. Then we have peace.
Yeah, the name.
The name. The name, yes. Louisa, of course. Then we have West Coast. And the name, which is Laura. Then we have Olena Club. Then you have Iwana thumbs up. Then we have Iwana this, more or less. Yes, yes. And then we have a triangle. And yeah, I'm really bad in remembering names, as you can see. Yeah, thank you. Then we have your name is a bird, right, in English? Then we have this, and Alyoshka. Then we have Sid. Then we have Caroline. Then we have tap on your head. And your name is Andrea? Annette, sorry, like a film recently released in cinema. Then we have this, Marcus. Then we have George. And George was something, oh yeah. This, Jakub, yes, no idea how to really do this. Then we have a turtle, and your name is Barbara, and my name is Arthur. This is my sign, and yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I regret being in this part of the room, to start with. Christella. No. Okay, Christella Hart. Okay, Christella. Now I need your help. Louisa. Peace. Laura. Okay. Elena. Clap. Ivana. It was thumbs up. Another Ivana, it was like something like this. Andrea was the triangle. Shadi was the bird. Eliosh was the perfect. Sadi, it was the mask. Carolina. Okay. And I think her name is difficult to me. Aneta, it was something like this. Marcus was something like this. George was something like this, okay? Then Jakub was something very difficult to do. And Barbara, turtle, also difficult to do. And Arthur was something like this. And this is hint, bye-bye.
So Christella, Hot, Louisa, Peace, Laura, West Coast, I think, Olana, Clap, right? Ivana, Thumbs up. Great. Ivana. Great sign. Wonderful. Andrea. Right. Was great. Thank you. Shadi. Good. Aryoshka? Okay, great. Sorry? Without K, okay. Alyosha? Okay. And the sign was? Okay, great, perfect. Sid? Sure. Caroline? Okay, that one. Okay, Andrea? Aneta? Marcus? What? George? Not Marcus?
No, I'm Marcus.
Oh, Marcus, okay. George, right? It was... okay, great. Jacobo? Okay. That one. I don't know. The turtle, I think. Yeah, right. The turtle has a name. Yes. Right. Great. Barbara, okay. Artur, let's go. Hind, bye. Peter, like, I don't know.
Oh God. Okay. Cristela, Luisa, Laura, West Coast, Olena, clap. Ivana was thumbs up. Other Ivana was Spock. Then we had Andrea, which was triangle. Shadi with the bird. And Alyosha, okay. Sid, mask. Carolina, what was this? Yes. Aneta was head. Marcus was this. Then we have Georgios, which was, what were you again? Oh, yeah, Hawaii, yeah. And then Jakub was that thing, yeah? What? Yeah. Barbara, which was the turtle. Then we had Artur, which was power, yeah. Hint, which was by. And Peter, which was this. And then I'm a hunter.
Okay. You are?
You can go faster.
Okay. Cristela, heart. Laura, peace. Luisa, peace. Laura, right? This? Okay, whatever it is. Olena was clap. Then Ivana was thumbs up. And I'm terrible. Ivana was like that. And I don't. Andrea was like Illuminati, triangle. Shari was like this. Alyosha was like this. Oh, okay. And Sid was like this. Caroline was like this. Okay. Annette was like this. Marcus was like this. Yorgo was like this. I don't remember. Yeah, Jakub was like that. The turtle, Barbara, okay. Arthur was like, Hint was like, bye-bye. Okay. Peter, I don't know. And Hunter. And I am Fabio. Like this.
Okay. Now it's your turn. Cristela, Luisa, Laura, Olena, Ivana, Ioana, Andrea, Shadi, Alyosha, Sid, yeah, Caroline, Annette, Marcus, George, Jakub, it was something like Barbara also, Arthur, Hint, Peter, Hunter, Fabio, Valentina. Great job, everyone. Thank you.
I hope you have enjoyed it. Okay, so I'm going to pass some post-it around you. So you could write your name and a feature of yourself like you want to be reminded. Hunter, you probably want to just design the archery thing. Just to get to know with each other. I don't know if they will stick in our shirts, but let's give it a try. You do have pens with you, just write your names. Yep. Okay. So, don't get too comfy. We're talking about pedagogy and debate training. My name just fell off, whatever. What comes to your mind? We tried to think of doing a word coffee, even though a word coffee would take like 2 days or 20 hours of doing it. So we're going to divide every one here into big groups. So can we proceed from Louisa, 1, and then it's going to be Laura, 2, 1, 2. So,
1.
Say 1, please.
Yeah, 1. I say 2. 1.
Okay, I'm not going to come with mine. 2. Karin? No, it's just 1 and 2. Yep. 2. Yeah, it's obvious for me, but not for everyone, so that's fine. Alyosha, you will participate? Alyosha? No, okay. So, okay? Just choose it between you. Okay, so. No, one of you is going to be 1 and the other is going to be 2. Okay, so you're 2. Okay, the 1's in here and the 2's in here. Oh. The marker. Okay. So, okay, you need to collaborate with each other. I know it's a bit difficult to just network with people like out of the blue, but you can do something. If you need the post-it, use it. So, the duty is this one. It will take 10 minutes to 15 minutes maximum. The group 1, it's going to write down in the charter what comes to your mind when you hear pedagogy, like the main features. What do you think it includes inside, or what should it have? Or I just want to know your clouds inside your head. What's the first thing that comes to your mind as a group? Sure. When you think about pedagogy, then choose 1, or all of you could come in front and present your ideas to the others. Thank you. So the second group, it's going to be about debate training. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear about debate training? Features, elements, what should it have? What are the things that make a training, a debate training? Yeah. Okay, it'll be tough for me. Can we put the camera like more backwards? No? Okay, I'll try, but I can promise. I'm used to move. Okay, is it okay for you? 10 minutes? Okay, thank you. I can put some music, right? The guy, I can put some music? No? Okay. It's okay, that will work for 10 minutes, so... Oh, it's enjoyable, a bit of music for you in the background? Okay, do you have a preference? Okay. You really want Albanian music? Okay, I'm gonna put Albanian music. Oh, technology is not operating. Okay. So, who's going first? Group 1, group 2? You can go first. Okay. The only thing is that one or the people who are presenting, I don't care, maybe it could be all of you, should come in the front. I mean, there's an advice for the cameraman. He needs to register everything. Thank you. Here's, you have another mic there. Yeah, because I'm going to facilitate if others have questions or comments. The floor is yours. If the light is green, it's on. There we go. Yeah.
Okay, now? Yeah, cool. How about I start, and if I miss anything, you can jump in? Cool. I don't know why I volunteered. My voice is cracking, but...
Well, it's better than mine, so...
Great. So we started with debate training in the center, of course. The first thing that came to mind was structure. And right afterwards, we followed that with a casual setting too. So I think that also shows that debate training varies a lot depending on what society you're in and also the people you're teaching in that setting. So sometimes it's very structured and sometimes it's much less structured. Then we got the PIT scheme here. I never heard about it, but it seems very smart. So you have a problem, then there's an input, then there's a training and a transfer through that process. Is that explanation enough? Or maybe
I do know it, but for the others, yep.
Yeah.
It helps to build a good training. It's also have like percentage. Like the problem is a topic, like the introduction input. It's like theoretical part. It's like 15%. The biggest percentage is training. It's like half of your training, and transfer. It gives understanding for participants. Like you give the theoretical part and the practical, and you should explain and show people how it's like how you implement it, theory and the practice, and we should like speak about it and yeah.
Thank you. Then we have differentiation, and we put that specifically because some societies also differentiate practices based on what level, like the level of the students that they're teaching. We put teacher, and I put it in quotation marks because it's not understood or necessarily understood as a direct teacher. It could be a coach or, you know, just a workshop holder, facilitator, something like that. We put participatory because debate training as a general practice is something where the participants are very active, and it's not just something where you sit and listen in a lecture hall, typically. Then from the perspective of the people holding the workshop especially, there's a lot of preparation and materials that need to be found. You just interrupt me, right? If I miss anything, cool. And there's a planning and logistics setting to this that's also pretty important. I'll go here first, like theory and method. So specifically, like, are you teaching framing? Are you teaching the concept of whipping? What are you teaching? And but then also sometimes you're teaching more topics. That could be international relations or whatever. Typically, there should be an evaluation process, both internally in the society, how is this lecture working for us, but also on the longer scheme, so short-term and long-term evaluation. Critical thinking is a big part of debate training. I don't think I need to say anything about that, I hope. And then research, specifically for younger students, often research is a big part of study or debating new topics. And I guess that finishes the circle. Is there anything?
I think we only missed development, really, because training should be about development, both for participants, but also for teachers and those who are giving you the knowledge, because every training is different and we can learn something from it. And that's
yeah. You pretty much covered everything. Thank you. I would also add to this fun, because it's about having fun and some kind of materials. Thank you, group 2. Group 1. You can go, everyone, if you want to. Come on, it's a challenge. You can do it if you want to. Okay, communism.
Following association with pedagogy, such as from the beginning, children and teacher skills, different skills, but different skills we just science, creativity, and memory, but other as well. Teacher-student relationship, learning and teaching, evaluation, assessment, feedback, university degree, so it may be in different kinds of education, future leaders, critical thinking, and all skills which it includes: school, subjects, rules, values, knowledge, curriculum, interaction. If we were talking about education, maybe formal and non-formal education, methodology, psychology, upbringing, and we think that it's not all which we can include to this.
I think you pretty much put it everything. There's no space, but yeah, it's it's all covered. Anything to add from the group? No, group. The other group. Do you have comments, questions? No. I think you did a great job. Thank you, everyone. Nice job to everyone. I mean, we're between colleagues in here, so there's nothing more I can add except for my perspective or my experiences. So that's the aim, for me to talk less and for you to have fun at first and then enjoy it. As always, technology doesn't cooperate with me when I need it. Okay, so this is the big question, or at least that's what I was trying to do today, is like pedagogy versus debate, or pedagogy featuring debate. It's like, should they be two separate things, or should they be combined to help each other doing? I mean, this is the most awkward, I mean, I'm always this person, and I have in front all the class. I think that's always the same situation for every teacher or a trainer. And it's kind of intimidating when you first go there, I mean, except the experiences. You're there and everyone is looking at you, the same that you are doing right now. And it's a bit like intimidating. But I want to know your thoughts about it. You all have your cell phones with you. So let's be young and innovative. Let's scan this. It's Mentimeter, which is a tool. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a tool which can be pretty helpful on trainings regarding debate or not. It doesn't matter, to make it more interactive and more youthful. So I'm going to show how it works. Okay, no, slide on. I spoiled my presentation. So, it's okay for everyone? It functions? Okay, it's great. In here. So, 11, so there's more than 11 here. It's okay, everyone? Okay. So I guess everyone agrees that debate can be used as a tool, as a teaching and learning tool. I don't really have, to be honest, don't have a lot of experience about pedagogy. I'm not a teacher. I'm only a trainer, as I said previously. But I saw an interesting material from Harvard University, which were 3 professors explaining why debate is something useful and should be something that should be implemented in teaching process. And I want to show that to you. I don't know if any of you have ever seen it before. I mean, we do not have problems with the YouTube license, right? Are we okay? Oh, okay, thank you. So this one is 12 minutes, but I'm going to let it just for a few minutes for you to have an insight. Because I thought it was interesting.
That we're here to consider, to me, is at the core of what I think about and teach as law. I start with the idea of what is law.
He's a law professor.
Which sounds like a big question until you say, well, suppose you approach it by asking what is not law? What's the other side of law? When you think of law and then you think, all right, now there's a boundary there, and on the other side, what is it that you call that space out there? If you say chaos,
He's He's a slow guy.
I say you're starting from the wrong place. Chaos is the view from the sovereign. Peter Bowl introduces his China course with video I recommend to you about the view of the barbarians. But if you start from the side of the barbarians and ask, what is law? Then you're starting from a different place. You're starting from the self. You're starting from the idea that we have sovereignty. Oh,
Sorry. So this is the first part when he talks, he explains the cause, like the topic, what are we talking about? Makes like the opposition and proposition, like to make the rational thinking. And then he goes to another part, which I'm going a bit fast since we don't have time and I know you're tired. I'm going to finish faster. So this part in here, I guess it's like when
it's got opportunities for
questioning,
it's
like
got
putting critical
opportunities for
thinking to
hanging
students.
back. Part of the game is when do you play? I want to show you 3 tools. This first tool we call the live question tool. It's a tool that allows a group to focus on what they want to talk about. Now, for a lot of classes, that's not a problem. You talk about what I want to talk about. But if we were like a group coming together and we wanted to really get to know each other, we would start by, if we could, identifying what I call the elephant in the room, the subject that really does divide us most fundamentally, but is also most difficult to talk about. And so this is a tool that asks you to respond anonymously. You start anonymous.
Okay,
From
moving
the
a bit forward, it's the tool that he
which
uses.
has come together for the constructive purpose of getting to the issues. Anonymity is, I found, not a danger, just a shield.
Okay, so there's another tool which is interesting. I'm going to
Put up a
present here.
topic, there'll be whom. And it works because you can call on students, you can offer a stimulus of some kind.
Okay, I guess that's enough to not be boring anymore. There's Kialo. It's a tool I've heard, like reading this article, as you may see, it's debate as pedagogy. It's pretty interesting. I do recommend it to you. It's Kialo, which is a tool. It should be pretty helpful not only for teachers, even for debate trainers. There's a lot of topics in there where people discuss, and you can see which is the hottest argument about that topic. For example, my favorite topic was this one, and it was, it was Marvel versus DC. It's a hot topic, to be honest, at least for me. And you can see that which one is the most hottest argument in the market, let's say it like that. It's like the first one, it has the most votes, the people do agree with that more, so it's like the strongest. From a debate trainer perspective, I do use a lot of mock debates while training students or young people. So this tool, it's helpful for me to know both sides of arguments because I'm going to teach them the opposition and proposition of something or just take the examples. So this tool is pretty helpful. Regarding a teacher perspective, it could be good to evaluate its children, its pupils or students, how they're doing with the arguments, or are they into these arguments? Sorry, it's not COVID, I'm safe. Or how can they evaluate more and add more to your work regarding arguments? I totally recommend it. I signed up. I guess there's a fee for premium part. Sorry. Okay. But it's mostly free for everyone to use. It's KILALO.com. Okay. This was yes. The next one we're going through is still to scan something. As you may have seen, I totally went out of my expectation. I shouldn't have talked this much. Slido is another tool. It's pretty interesting. It's more usable and more easy to use while on online events rather than in physical events. I'm really sorry for my voice. I'm like, so you have a question now appeared in your phone, which is, can a good teacher be a good debate, a good training, be a good debate trainer too? It's an open question, so you can write yes, no, or explain a little bit of more about it, and I'm going to show you your answers. Take your time. No, it's not about water, it's like, by the way, Bara, thank you. Okay, we do have some questions. So here are your answers. So, I'm going to proceed while the others can add their answers. Is it possible but not always true? Yes, he can, but not every good teacher could be also a good debate trainer. Yes, if he, she wants, could be, why not? Yeah? Why not? Yes, sometimes yes, no. However, the opposite could be. That's pretty interesting because it's different from other. Can the person who wrote it just explain it a little more? Or you want to say anonymous? Wait. I mean, I'm not comfortable with this either. Thank you.
Yes. So I think that teachers, they, I just now hear the song of Vitalik, that teachers leave your kids alone. Okay. I just think that teachers, yes, they are. If a good teacher, he's a good teacher because he's able or she is able to deliver knowledge in the context of teaching someone. Just I'm giving you the knowledge and you have to accept it as it is. So that's why a good teacher is a good teacher. He can just give you the knowledge and transfer the knowledge into some certain context. However, the debater is not such that person. The debater is a bit, a debate trainer is a bit someone who's gives you the ability to think, gives you the space to express yourself and your ideas, and also he's not or she's not giving you a certain opposition or proposition to take. Just you can do whatever you would like to do. It's just the basic principles and so on, and you can apply it. It's not like how teachers do. So that's why I just.
So basically, your answer is based on everyday practice of the teachers. But in a wider perspective, can they be like? Is it possible in your perspective?
I think it might change. Yes.
Yeah, they can be. We have a teacher here. I know you're a teacher. Can you give us some opinion or on your perspective? Can a teacher? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, really, I am a teacher of chemistry and biology, and at once I am a trainer in debates. So I use this technology at my classes, and it's the best one, the best what I can do for my students, because these classes they remember most of all, and they love them. There are many topics in chemistry and biology which I can debate. So it's, as for me, it's very cool technology which works. But I agree that not all, every teacher can be.
Debate trainer.
Yes, not all. It depends on person. Yes, sure.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Thank you. There's one funny thing, actually, the professors, or let's say the subjects I do remember most, are the ones from the professors who initiated discussion in the classes. I think that's for everyone the same, because I can remember more. And since I'm participating in that discussion, it'll make it way more easier for me to remember it. Which I totally agree that debates should be used, like must be used from teachers to deliver their knowledge or their subjects. Okay, so for the ones who are not familiar with Slido, here I can pause the question, so you do not have more access to the question. But I'm curious to know about the qualities of a debate trainer on your perspective. If that does it appear again as a question? Okay. What do you think a debate trainer should have as qualities? By the way, are you familiar with this kind of tools? Do you use it a lot? Okay, that's great. Clear feedback, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go with 13 since we do have time, but I don't want to keep you long. I'm gonna shuffle them all to see. So we have empathy, friendly, able to transfer knowledge, enthusiasm, willingness to improve, open-minded, creative thinking, to listen to the kids. Yeah, I do agree with that a lot. Where am I? Wisdom. Okay, a clear feedback, prepared, constructive, supportive, open, empathy again, skilled again, open-mindedness, fear. Oh man, who wrote this? I mean, who? Come on, who wrote this? No one? You did it? Jorge? No? Okay. Marcus? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask you, everyone, each of you, like, who wrote it, because I love it. I mean, yeah, I must be alcoholic because just to share this, last night we were having a conversation about alcohol. Like, people drink alcohol to feel better, and that's true, actually. So you need a shot of something before the training to feel comfortable with yourself. That's joking. Don't do that. Methodological, facilitator of discussion, critical thinking, yes. Challenge the students. Okay, we're gonna be back to this in a minute. Kind, good listener, enthusiastic, critical thinker, engaging. That's all about it. I would add something. It would be like to be more flexible. Like the things don't always go the same in a training. You might have students which are not ready to cooperate with you, are a bit stiff and tough to cooperate with others. So you should be flexible with hours, with treating them and doing the things. But everything else is in here, so I don't have nothing to add. On the other part, what do you think the qualities of a teacher? What do you think a teacher should have? Probably could be the same things or something more, like that distinguish a teacher from debate trainer, besides alcoholic. Okay, as I can see, there are other qualities that a teacher must have, such as patience, resources. The other one was like open, like can't a trainer be open? Respect and discipline. That's interesting because when you think of a teacher's figure, like all this thing come to your mind, like respect and discipline and distance. Okay, do you really think that students should keep a distance with their teacher? And what kind of distance? I'm curious to know. No judging here. Anyone? Does anyone have an opinion? Yeah? Yeah, bit first then.
I don't think so. I think the relation has to be they have to be accessible, and the distance has to be almost like as minimum as possible, because in that case students will feel comfortable to ask questions and to think and to make mistakes especially. So I think no, the distance has to be minimum. But I'm just wondering, I'm not sure. I don't know if it should be like non-existent, the distance, or there must be some distance. I'm not sure about that.
Like hierarchical, like the teacher and students.
Yeah, and I think there should be a little bit of distance, just a little bit, but I'm not sure like where the line is, but not too much for sure.
Sorry. Okay, I'm going to ask you then.
Yeah.
It's open.
Okay. Yes. It's also like not only like how big distance should be. Like it's also kind of quality of distance. Like if you are more friendly or you just like more close about topics. Like I guess that today teachers should also be more like friend, kind of, because students now feel themselves more comfortable when they feel that like a teacher supports you not only like the authority, but also like her friend, because he like on the way and topic with you, and it doesn't matter what age the teacher is.
Thank you. Can I talk about that? I need to use the mic. Do you think distance means respect?
Not necessarily, but partially, a little bit of that, yeah.
Okay. And any other opinion?
Well, I would say that it should not be so formal. I think you can be respectful while still being not very distant. Like I think, especially, I think it depends on the context. But if you look at like university teachers, I think they should have quite a close relationship with their students, because the students are at sort of a beginning of their adult lives. They are quite nervous about whether or not they can make it in the career. So, for example, a teacher, gets to know the students very well, explains, this is how I got into this career path, this is how I succeeded in getting into this field. It makes it feel much more achievable for the students, rather than some like professor on a high platform who is like quite distant from the students and demands this deference. I don't think that's very effective.
Yeah, I think like going back to respect, I think you can respect people that you're very close to, and I also don't think that there needs to be the same distance with your debate trainer as there needs to be with the teacher, more so because the teacher operates in a formal system and the teacher has an authority over you, which especially for younger children, the teacher is the instance like that will report you to social authorities if there are any problems and stuff. So I think like I heard in one of the other rooms we talked about the difference between being a friend and being friendly. And
Yeah, I was there too.
Yeah, teachers can be friendly, right? But they shouldn't be a friend. I don't think so. But
Yeah, I
you
do
can
believe
still
that.
respect your friends, even if they're your debate trainer is your friend. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
I mean, like some of the students I've trained before are now my friends. So I guess that is possible to have friends. Okay, so this was all about online tools to use. Then we go to. I would like to have an open discussion between colleagues and people here. There are some things I keep in mind while training students. I'm mostly experienced with students and less with younger people, like in high school. Be flexible, as I said. I mean, students can be a bit picky and spoiled while they come to a session, they want like to be easy and enjoyable and fun, but it can't always be fun. It should be serious at some point. Be provocative. I do dare with this. It's challenging on itself because not every student or every participant can take it. Some of them may react bad, but I do provoke them in, this is what I use the most. It's like when I'm teaching debate, there are some topics which can't be debated. It's like this one. You can't oppose to this one. And I tell to the students like, okay, this is the opposition and proposition, this one does this, and etc. And I just pass to saying them, okay, here's a topic, who's going to oppose it? And the students are literally like, well, if we think it like that, then we should do like the laws and I don't know what, and we should be responsible. It's like, no, you can do anything. You can't oppose that. And so they're like, wait, you can't oppose that. You can't, man. It's like, how could you say that we should tolerate child abuse? It's cruel. So this is the kind of provocative questions I do on my trainings. Also, it's like daring them to think different from what they think. Is like the one we talked at the Marcus workshop. It's like some people tend to be tight-minded or like close-minded. Dare to make them experience other things in their mind. For example, like if a student is very, let's say, pushy with his thoughts, like you try to be pushy too with him to experience what he has been doing to the others. Always put a practice session mock debate. It really helps. I do it. I use fun topics such as Marvels versus DC, or is the sandwich better with onions or without onions? I mean, that's pretty cool. We mostly use souvlakis. They're pretty widespread in Albania. I don't know about your countries, but you can use something similar. And careful with some sensitive topics. Abbreviations, I do use them to teach them while taking notes when someone is speaking. They should like to be fast on taking notes. They can use signs which are specific for something. And online tools. I mean, COVID and the pandemic taught us that the old school is old. So let's be like innovative and use online tools and make it more, I mean, using online tools makes it a bit more distance for people to cooperate with each other, but it's more innovative. Like they could use their phones and be anonymous. Most of the people tend to be shy on workshop or training, so these do really help. Once again, recommended Kialo. It's great for me, at least. I use it. And one thing that I do on my debate trainings is I always put recommendations in the end. It's like links and this movie. This is an amazing movie. Fun fact, I started debating, or let's say after watching this movie, I tried to imitate the debaters. And it was really helpful for me while debating. With this, I'll say I come to an end to this workshop. Thank you for staying, for collaborating. And I closed it earlier, as I said. So thank you.
And well, my name is Shadi Abayash. Now, Abayash's last name, I understand it's hard for non-Arabic speaker to pronounce it. So it's not your fault. It's nothing to do with, it's the Ain. This letter is hard. It comes from here. Ayash. You know, it's right. All the night. Yeah. Again. Ayash. 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 You're good. You have Arabic DNA in you. And anyway, I have to blame you. You had a wonderful lecture. So this makes it hard for me to make it much more wonderful and interesting. So I'm sorry in advance. And also I'm sorry, you're gonna see me in the morning, first thing in the morning, you're gonna see me. So you end the day with me and start it tomorrow with me. Not my mistake, sorry for this. Today we're talking about media literacy. And I've been chosen, actually, I've been invited by the ADIA and the Croatian Debate Society through Anna Lind, because I kind of cooperated with them on writing a report on intercultural trends and how young people surrounding the Mediterranean, let's call it Med because it's hard, long name, around the Med, they can know about each other through media. So I kind of wrote about it and we'll discuss it tomorrow. But why media literacy? And before that, maybe I'll just ask you a general question. How do you feel about media in general? Or how do you feel? Oh yeah, go ahead. Okay. Okay. Equality. So we're talking about news media because the form media is kind of very large. I mean, every technical medium, everything, a machine or app or whatever you call it, that transmits information regardless, maybe games. This is considered media. Exactly. But we think of media as news media. Maybe I should specify it. So let me rephrase it. How do you feel about news media? You said quality. And okay, bias. What do you do about it? What do you do about it? I mean, it's there. It's like, your partner or your husband or your wife. You can't live without them and you can't live with them. So what do you do about it? You adapt, right? How do you adapt? You be critical. You be critical of the information that you consume, right? So this is actually what we're going to be talking about. I'm sorry about this because it's a habit. I teach at university, so kind of organize it in a kind of a lecture way. So I promise you you'll participate in the other half, maybe debate in an hour. I don't know, I'm not expert in debate, but I've learned actually a lot in the last couple of days. So using your expertise in debating, we're going to apply it on one or two, if you have time, on media literacy issues. But let me just get rid of the boring part of, defining what is media literacy and why is it important. What is this? So, the advancement of technology. I mean, the idea of media literacy came about, and it's a big thing now, after every technical revolution, every technical update in our societies, a new terms comes. We have to adapt, we have to follow up actually on these. So media literacy and a lot of organizations, including UNESCO, and a lot of resources today, I'm going to be using that of UNESCO's authored, kind of trying to adapt, trying to enhance young people's, society's abilities to keep up with these technologies. So media literacy came as a kind of response to that technical development. So when any advancement of technology, media institutions and media as a notion kind of improved its visuals, its medium way of communicating with the other. So we now live in a digitalized public sphere. What does that mean? I mean, how many of you doesn't use social media or apps or smartphones or smart TV. Who doesn't? So you're all to update. You are part of the digital public sphere. Like it or not, you are part of it. So for that, you need to adapt to kind of, let's say, spot the bias that Ant mentioned, or the other equality that Arthur mentioned. Right? Your name is Arthur? Yeah, so how to do that? We need to adapt with the new technologies, the new communication technologies. Because these technologies, as much as they could be perceived as negative because of the bias and inequality or low quality, I'd say, they are also can be of use. I mean, we're connecting with each other, we're connecting to our families back home through technology. We kind of check on our friends on Facebook or Twitter, or, well, Instagram, much more in news. I mean, how do you know about your surroundings? If you are a user of social media, maybe social media is the easiest way to know about your friends, you know, high school friends, kindergarten friends. I don't know if you remember your kindergarten friends, but you know, the idea of remember old friends. Social media can help you on that. But usually, I mean, we look at the message, and this is an important thing. You know, the message, when I say the message in the media context, is any information delivered from news or outlet, from newspaper or TV, or even on social media that users kind of create. There's a guy called Laswell. I mean, he kind of introduced a communication. Have you heard of him? I'm sure, at some point. I mean, he kind of divided the model of communication. Any communication happens either verbally, written, or by any other medium. It's divided into these elements. You have the sender, which is you, or the other side. You have the message, which is much important part of it, and today we're going to talk about it. It's central in media literacy. And you also have the medium, and medium, as I said, could be a phone, could be mobile phone, could be email, TV, news section, whatever it is. Medium is used. A receiver, it's you or the others, or many receivers at the same time. And the effect. And recently, or not recently, after that, another element has been added, which is the feedback, is how the receiver responds to the sender. So my advice, always, if you want to analyze any communication message, use this model. See how is the sender, who's the sender, what's his motives, her motives, and what medium has been used, and also what is the message, which is very central in analyzing it, and the receiver and the effect. Well, see, the effect is a kind of a long-run thing. You need to study it on a long period of time, but it's worth looking at. So what is media, MIL, media and information literacy? Livingstone, a researcher in London School of Economics, I believe, kind of provided her definition of the term, basically media literacy, which is the ability to access, analyze, evaluate, and create messages. So my advice, or maybe our discussion, should be surrounded how you're going to use that in your organization work. Why is it? I mean, why you think? Well, I think I'm not sure about you, but I think it's relevant. It's relevant to your work, even as an organization or the debate the method itself. Don't you think so? I mean, okay, maybe it's early to ask this question, but let me ask this again. How much you use in your debate activities, how much you rely on online media or online content? Do you rely on it? For verification, maybe, of information, to get information? Okay. So you have the access, and the access is important. So you have the access for information, which is central. Now, the analyze thing. What I mean by analyze is kind of divide using maybe Laswell communication model, to kind of divide it, maybe verify the information, and that comes in evaluating or assessing. I mean, not every information is online, and I'm sure you know that, is true. I mean, do you trust it? How do you feel about it? Social media news. Do you get your news from social media? You don't? Do you get your news from social media? Why? Why? How's that? Okay. Okay. I mean, you're one part of the debaters. One part of the debaters, and you want to verify this information, your opponent position, and you've been looking at information that back up your and doesn't back up his or her position. Do you use Facebook, for example, or Twitter? I mean, what's wrong with using it? I mean. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, there is no right or wrong answer here. But the question is, of course, I mean, as I mentioned, I mean, a lot of journalists, I mean, use social media for posting news or getting news from local sources or resources. But the thing is, can we trust it? Like, I mean, traditional media, which is more established, is in doubt. I mean, their news is built on agenda and framing, and we're going to discuss later that. But I mean, do you take it as it is, or do you verify it? I mean, do you have this doubt towards social media? I mean, it's important to be critical. I wouldn't say doubt. Well, I doubt it, but you have to be critical when consuming information from social media. But because there are two reasons, or maybe three reasons. One, the content generated in social media are not journalistically professional. That's me, not journalists have been wrote it. You, me, your friend, your neighbors. And that's not wrong. I mean, I'm not saying, I mean, it's important to encourage users to generate news. But it's not really news as much as more opinions. And then that's why it's more reliable. And it's still, I mean, I'd be surprised, tomorrow we'll discuss this. A lot of participants in the survey of Annalyn mentioned TV is still a main source, which is shocking because you think TV has died already. Now we're in the new media and social media time, so it's TV is not there. But TV is still a main source of information for people because there is a trust, because they know there are journalists who are working their stories professionally based on some journalistic steps and methods. But that's also a problematic because each news agency or TV has its own agenda. So it is important to, I mean, it's not wrong. I mean, it's there that we could use social media, but we need to verify it. We need to verify the information. So in your work, I mean, for your students or for your participants in your societies, I mean, how much do you train on verification of online information? And is that part of your policy strategies? Is it? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay. Okay. But it's there. It's part of the method of yeah. We will talk about fake news. Yeah, but it's part of your work. I mean, I'm just trying to see how relevant is that to your work. I mean, to kind of verify information, either traditional media and traditional, I mean, newspaper and TVs, or radio stations, or online media. So verification is important. So we have the access, and the access actually is a big issue here because it depends. I mean, I don't have the information, but there are parts of this world that they don't have access to online media. Maybe you'd be surprised, but there are areas in this world, maybe somewhere in Africa, or Asia, I'm not sure, but access is still an issue. But then it's important first to have access to information, to analyze it, and then to evaluate. Evaluate it, by that I mean, is it newsworthy? Is it information worthy? Or is it fake news? So you need to keep in mind also, or your students, and create messages. And this is also an important aspect of media literacy. Another definition, actually, an updated one, we'll look at it from critical thinking skills and media message. So the message actually is a central aspect of how we look at in media literacy, the message is the central aspect. So why is it important? Because it promotes awareness of the news, awareness of the news agencies, awareness of the sources, and also enhance media consumption and critical abilities of analyzing media, which we've mentioned. Also provides a tool for interpreting and analyzing media messages. So this is important, I think, in my opinion. I mean, that you students look at it, or you maybe, we could discuss that. You look at it as a similar to debating techniques. And I find it, I mean, I'm not a debate expert, but throughout the last couple of days, I've seen a lot of similarities between media literacy and the work you do, and the debate methods. It's kind of similar. So that's why, I mean, and I'll be asking this at the end of the session, maybe you should think, if not today, maybe in advance, a way of combining media literacy into your work. I mean, it's so similar. It's so have a positive aspect on your students and on the society. The way to analyze the message, the way to consume media critically, and also to produce content. Because now in the social media, everyone can produce his or her own content. And again, Livingstone thinks, she says, that media literacy can transfer us from passive to active. And what she means by passive to active, I mean, TV, when you use TV, how much you interact with the TV, how much you choose, your ability to choose the content. It's limited, right? You only have the remote control, you change the channel, that's all. Or these shows that you can call, hey, hi, I mean, it's so limited. But with social media, you have much more space and opportunities to contribute to the discussion. In Twitter, Facebook, you produce content. And this is the difference between traditional and new media. So with the new media, Livingstone said, you will be changing from passive to active, from recipient to participant. You could participate, not only receive news as it used to be through TV or newspaper, and you become from consumer who consumes, we're still consumers, to be honest, and to citizens. And that, by that she means, she hints that it kind of contributes into democratic process. Media literacy through participating, analyzing media content, producing media content, it's good for democracy. Do you agree with that? Do you have an idea, do you have a position towards this statement? The social media, or being aware of how to use social media or online media, or media at all, does it kind of contribute to the democratic process? I mean, you could argue both sides. I mean, Trump had his own social media, I'd say, army or his own tools, but I don't know if that contributed to democracy or hate speech more. I mean, that's my example. You don't have to agree with me, but what do you think? I mean, in your societies, does social media help you? Do you think it's good for democracy? Okay. So from social movements perspective, activism, okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So, from the perspective of social movements, for sure, but it also creates possibility and diverts attention towards entertainment and away from democratic activities. So,
Okay. But as a citizen, when you go to elect, I mean, doesn't social media help you kind of have information about, please?
I do think social media without screwed algorithms would be great for democracy, but the screwed algorithms are poisoning the benefits.
Yeah, we'll talk about the logic of social media. But yeah, you're right. I mean, who decides what you see in social media? There's some guy in Dublin, where the Facebook European headquarters, or San Francisco, where is Facebook? I mean, Facebook as an example, because it's value, Twitter as well. So they decide what you see, of course, through algorithm and three other factors. So it's not entirely free. But in the general, I mean, doesn't it, having a public space, a public sphere, from at your home, at your office, that you can participate in the discussion, that you can share information about this political position or that. Doesn't that help in democracy? I mean,
yeah, we can send our.
but what do you need? What do you need to reach this, let's say, utopian, perfect use of technology that helps democracy? How about the users? Are they aware? Are they active users? Are they good? And yeah, please. Uh-huh. Mm. Okay, so it's okay. I mean, you have a valid point, but this also links me to a new position that been discussed during the Arab Spring and other movements recently during the digital revolution. I mean, and there's two sides. You could debate either one. That using social media made people stay at home because you feel good about yourself if you put like to a picture of young people on the streets, and that's it. You've done your share of the in the revolution. You're mentioning the organizing. No, traditionally, before digital media, before social media, it was hard to organize. You need to walk at night, maybe put this A4 paper, and maybe somebody would read it or not. So it has two sides of debate, but it helps organizing. Yes, it helps organizing, informing, but maybe again it just kind of limited the people's ability to act. So that's what she meant by from consuming only information to citizens. Citizens, that means you could participate in the political, social process via social media. Now, let's see what we could benefit from media literacy. Why is it important, media and information literacy, as a teachers or for your organizations? It would equip the teachers with enhanced knowledge to empower future citizens. Again, this is linked with the participating aspect of knowledge, getting the media knowledge to be able to participate in your social or political context. Again, crucial knowledge about the functions of media and information channel. And this is what I'm saying. We need to have a critical, not negative, but a critical look at the media consumption. Who's consuming what? Why the news TV is producing this story in this particular way? What is their agenda? So we'll look at this earlier today. And the society, which is media information literate, foster development of free, independent, and pluralistic media and open information system. Do you agree with that as well in line of our discussion? I mean, who felt, I mean, I think this has to do also with the political system in each country, but have you felt more or less, or let me rephrase that, have you ever felt that new media, or social media, or interactive media, the nickname of it, helps you kind of express yourself more? Or maybe you're young age, so you haven't, but you know, does it help you? Does it give you the, you know, do you feel that you can express yourself much more during social media? The rise of social media helped you in expressing yourself, or have a space to express yourself more? Did it or did not? Maybe not. Okay. So you're more comfortable talking about issues, you know, personal issues than political. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. Let me get it right. So you're more comfortable talking about your personal issues surrounding your social or political issues. Okay. Oh, well. Okay. Yeah. Anyone else? I think it's useful for self-expression. Please go ahead. Yeah. Go.
Definitely it is. I'm not sure if it's a good thing. Like in Athens, they also had agora, but they killed Socrates afterwards. So I don't feel, or I don't think that democratization of information and access to public agora is necessarily good for democracy without education in
Exactly, that's what I'm going to ask. I mean, do you think people, I mean, I don't have to have a general judgment, but the limited knowledge of how to use media and be critical about media message, does it, you know, counterpart this assumption that it does, you know, kind of contribute to improving democracy or self-expression? Am I right? Is that okay? Anyone else have a different point of view? Anyone else is not following me? It's not. It's not. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's kind of. But then, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could argue the opposite. I mean, it gave you a space. I mean, before social media, I mean, you either go to the rallies or go to these meetings, the union meetings or the party meetings in a closed room. And maybe you're heard, maybe you're not. But here, I mean, you could express yourself, feel good. Maybe not a lot of people read what you write, but at least, I mean, you feel that you're participating. I mean, there's no right or wrong, but the idea behind media literacy to kind of create a sense within students, young students, so that they grow up not consuming everything as it is. Be critical about it, know who sent it, why they send it, and to contribute and to kind of produce their own content. That's the ideal, you know, situation. So that's why I think it's relevant to your work, because it's so similar. And again, I reinstate the idea, maybe you should think on the long run that you should contribute this in one program or no, among young students, maybe it works, maybe you think it's kind of relevant. So for that, to reach this ideal situation in society where everyone is media literate, we should have a curriculum. And I advise you, I'll send actually, I mean, I'll be sending this presentation if you are interested through emails and to have a better look at it, and mainly the resources. and UNESCO resources. UNESCO have done a lot of work, great work actually on media literacy. So there is a curriculum for teachers, how to teach media literacy to your students. Maybe you want to have a look at it for your own students later on. So this ideal position, this ideal situation requires that we think of that we provide teacher with the techniques so that their students have the objectivity to provide them with the essential tools so that they can engage with media and information channels. Citizens as well should know, should have the knowledge about the location and consumption of information. Again, this has to do with any media organization agenda. All media organizations has their agendas, so we should be aware of that. And again, women and men and marginalized groups, ethnic groups, should have equal access to information. And the last point, actually, MIL also contribute to intercultural dialogue. And I'll be speaking about this more tomorrow. If you're bored today, I mean, hopefully you'll be bored tomorrow as well. But this is going to be discussed this much more. Now, what is MIL curriculum? And this actually right away from the UNESCO curriculum, you can look at it. We could define, I mean, it's important to define and articulate information, locate access information, organize the information, make ethical use of it. Are you going to use it? Is it ethical? Is it fake news? Am I going to use it in the debate or not? Does it, have a value, information value? Is it reliable? Can I rely on this source or not? I mean, things you've already been doing during your work, I suppose. So that's why I keep saying this is a similar method or similar notion to debating. And of course, using ICTs. Now, media literacy, on the other hand, is kind of understanding the role of function of media in democratic societies, things we already discussed. But again, I mean, I'd like to kind of open up another point of discussion. Why do you trust media? Why do you go to TV, a news station, to get information? I mean, say you're president, Arthur, you became a president. I mean, I don't even like this job, but let's say at one point, people convinced you to go for it. And a journalist, approached you, and a citizen approached you. You would go to talk to who?
Well, citizen is my voter, but it's only one.
Okay.
And the journalist, if he's representing a newspaper, he's going to have access to more citizens.
That's any politician would do. So you're in the right business, actually. But why? Why? I mean, who voted? Who elected this journalist to represent you and the masses? Who? I mean, did you give your vote? Did you ever give your vote to any a newspaper, a TV station? Have you ever voted for them? What gives the journalist the legitimacy to open any door and get access to information? Yeah? Yeah. But why they have their badges? Excuse me, I'm a journalist. I need to go see the president, Arthur. Why? Why not you as a citizen, ordinary citizen, are not allowed to enter to the palace, the presidential palace, but journalists are allowed? And what they are calling the fourth estate, the first estate, the legislative, then comes the executive, then the law, the courts, the judicial. Yeah, there are three, and the legislative and the executive. Then comes journalism. We are journalists, we're the fourth state. There's a kind of social contract between journalists and people to show them reality of what politicians do. Now, if journalists don't do their work, they kind of lose this legitimacy. Do you agree on that or not? I mean, why do you follow a journalist? He kind of produce fake news or doesn't do his or her work right. doesn't provide information. Yeah, but my point is they have access, journalists have access to whatever institution they want to write story about, because they kind of, as Arthur mentioned, because they kind of speak to the masses, and they're obliged to write stories, accurate stories, informative stories to the masses. Now, if they don't do that, I mean, they tricking us, or they kind of producing fake news. So this is important. We don't trust any journalist source. So this is why I think it's important to train students from early age that not everything, even traditional, well-trusted news agencies or TV should be trusted, because you need to question their material, you need to question their message. Although they have the legitimacy, because people give them the legitimacy, not they were being elected, but people say, okay, you are the mediator between us and the governments on the three. Okay. Engage with media and self-expression. We will review skills. We already mentioned that. Topics, the function. I mean, I'll leave these topics, but you know, let's have a look at them. So the function of media and other information providers. I mean, if you get this, I don't want to take a promise from you, but maybe you want to try these, I mean, with your students, with your trainees, with your debaters back home, and try kind of give one session to media literacy if you're interested. But, you know, just give it a go. So there are topics that are suggested, again, in the curriculum of UNESCO, that the function of media and other information providers, how information is presented, this is also important, and the concept of editorial independence and journalism. Now, also you could discuss with them or kind of provide a debate topic about how media and other information providers could contribute to promoting freedoms, or media ethics and info ethics, information ethics, capacities, rights, responsibilities, and what is expected from media. And this is, you know, could be topics that would be discussed, how to organize and assess information. Already mentioned that, and I'll talk about much more reframing as a technique, which is so important, I think. So I'll just, you know, for the sake of the time, because I mean, do you have energy to work on debate in the second half of the session? Do you have energy? Good to know. Creation and presentation of information in variety of formats, and also the preservation and storage of, this is more technical, the use of them. Now, how we can learn media literacy, how we can look at it, critical thinking, problem solving, communication, and participation, already talked about. Now, there is a call, the Center of Media Literacy, and they have kind of an interesting way of summing up the whole issue around media literacy, or the message. So they say all messages are constructed. I mean, they have motives, they are provided in a certain way using a certain language. And that's, we do it, journalists do it, everybody does it. Media messages are constructed using creative language with its own rules. And here we come back to the journalistic way of writing news. You know, the most important, less important, the place, the space, the 5 questions, who, what, where, when. And then we come to a different people experience the same media message differently. Media have also embedded values and point of views. So there is no pure information in journalism or journalistic stories. There is the writer, the journalist point of view is there. I mean, of course, I mean, journalists try hard not to be objective, but that's you know, 100% objectivity is something arguable. The point of view of the newspaper that he works for, or the TV station, i.e. their agenda, and most media are organized to gain profit and or power. For that, they say also keep in mind these 5 questions. If you want to take something out of this lecture, you need to think who created this message, because it helps you to know the motive behind it. What creative techniques are used to attract the attention, the reader attention, how different people understand this message differently, maybe because of their social background, education background, economic background, what values, lifestyles, and point of views are represented, and why this message being sent. Again, the motive behind the messages. Now, social media logic, and back to the issue raised that about how is it programmed and freedom on social media. This paper is good if you want to read it. I'll send it. I'll put it on. It's there among the resources. And those 2 guys wrote this paper, and they say in 2013 they say you're not really free on writing social media. There are 4 actually elements that kind of limit or kind of control what's seen. Programmability, and that I said, there are programmers, there are censors in Facebook offices or Twitter offices that kind of decide what is allowed or not allowed, and what kind of language is used, what kind of content is allowed. So you're not totally free. Yes, you're freer than newspaper, because if you send a story to a newspaper, maybe the editor says, sorry, we're not going to publish it. But here, maybe you have some more space. Still, it's under control. Popularity, again. The logic of social media works as the following. If both of us, if 2 of us, all of us, have written something on Facebook, it doesn't get shown equally. Whoever gets the more likes, the more shares, the more comments on, will rise above the scale of so this you have to keep that in mind. Connectivity, of course, it kind of allows you to connect with the social media, allows you to connect with whoever you want, not through the traditional medium of TVs and all that. Datafication, and all the information are divided into data. So you don't speak with persons on Facebook, you speak with the data. The data actually that controls. So these are 4 aspects. I'm sure they still work until today, but these are the 4 aspects of that kind of you need to think about when you look at social media. How does it work? Again, ownership, the agenda, and framing. Now, it's important actually to look at any news or media outlet as the message, its ownership. Is it private? Is it governmental news outlet? So you need to think what kind of editorial line it has, and what kind of message it kind of present. And it's also important for you students, for whoever is studying media literacy, to look out to kind of recognize the bias. And there is a concept, framing. Have you heard of framing? I mean, what does framing mean? When you take a picture, you kind of frame. And I think it's used within. So it's similar in journalism. It comes actually from sociology, but then journalists or communication studies have kind of adopted this. And it's important to know, because it helps you in the debate, of course, I'm sure, to not only to frame your own point of view during focusing on some aspect and neglecting the other, or even kind of provide the reasons for the causal interpretation, but also to look at your opponent way of how they frame their. So it's important also in media to kind of look why this news organization has put this news as the following. See, let's say a government or the ruling party is supporting the government position on raising taxes. They would say, the problem definition, actually, we have to raise taxes, not because we like it, but we have to because the causal interpretation, because the oil prices around the world has risen, so there are more need to raise the taxes to cover this rise. The moral evaluation, it's not that we like it, we feel about you, but we want to use to raise the taxes. And treatment, taxes, raising taxes is the only solution. Now you go to the opposition, they will frame the issue differently. The problem is the government doesn't, economically is failing. The causal because there is a corruption in the government. Moral evaluation, actually this is harming people. And the treatment, government should resign. See, the same issue, the same matter has been framed differently. So it's important to look at how is the message constructed. If you remember, we've mentioned that all messages are constructed, you framing. So you use that in your debates, right? Do you rely on it? Is it effective? Is it effective? Do you win using this? Do you win? Okay, well, just let me know. I'll get rid of this, the boring section. You'll work. Just give me some time. Okay, evaluating content, fake news. Again, I'll skim through fake news quickly, but I need to have a look at it. It's important. Now, there are 3 terms concerning fake news. You know what does fake news mean? Who doesn't know what does fake news? So we're all on the same page here. Okay. So there are false information, and false information means this inaccurate information, but the publisher, the sender, doesn't know that. And this is critical, and that's why MIL could help students, young generation, evaluate the content, not to publish or share any content, regardless of its, if he or she thinks it's valuable. You need to make sure it's newsworthy, to make sure it's accurate. Misleading information, on the other hand, is inaccurate information the publisher, the sender knows, but deliberately he or she kind of publish these. It's all over the internet, it's all over social media, you see it a lot. Harmful information, actually, it means the information that is meant to harm a person or institution. So these are kind of 3 components of fake news that we see nowadays. What to do? Maybe, again, these are tips to look at, but of course the curriculum of UNESCO actually is more comprehensive. I can advise you to use it if you are convinced of contribute or incorporating media literacy into your work. So you need to look at the writers, the journalists. Is he specialized? Is he knowledgeable? Is he trustworthy? Again, you have to recognize the bias. Look how is it framed? How is the news framed? Check the dates. Is this information outdated? Is it relevant? Is it trustworthy? And the source. Where did it come from? So you need to look at these issues. Again, there's another handbook for fake news. If you are interested in this issue, you could look at it. Now, listen. I'll put the policy around. There's MIL policy, but this is important. You could contribute it into your organizations, and let's work something much more active, make you work, wake you up a little bit. Okay, I have 2 tasks. Which one you choose? See, I'm so democratic, so you could choose whatever you want. I mean, you could debate on either one of these. I framed it, again, I deliberately framed it in a certain way, but of course, this is kind of, you have to look at the wordings as well, because I'm biased. I'm sure I'm the first one, I'm biased by using the word enforce makes you kind of automatically reject it, although you may agree with it. So maybe we should look at the wordings as well. So anyway, my point here, you either, how many, can we make 3 groups here? We can, I think, yeah? Yeah, I think. So each group, form yourself however you want, regionally, mixed, whatever you want to do, and each group has to be divided into 2, or maybe to make it harder or easier, or no, each group has to debate for, or argue for, and against at the same time. Can you do that? Can you be so objective that you debate for and against at the same time? Yeah, good. Let's do it. And, Which group wanna start first? You wanna go first? You finished first. You wanna go first? Unless somebody else wanna. Okay, please use this one. Yes.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
Yes.
So thank you. We chose the topic number 3. And
Excuse me.
so, do the publics have the ability to critically consume media content? And on the yes side, we have 2 arguments.
Which are?
First is that young consumers and young generations are digital natives. They grow up understanding that there are news that might not be true, because these are not just some distant experts, but their friends posting a lot of stuff. So they are used to confronting lies or different opinions, and they do it on daily basis. So by extension, they do the same to news appearing on media. That is the first point. And second is that being very sneaky as debaters are, the question is whether the publics have the ability, not whether they are not using it. So the public has this ability, because all publics consist of experts and laymen, and maybe they are not making the best of it, but it's not rocket science, and we will learn how to do it, as we did with traditional media. We're just getting started. We are organizing, as we did. We added accreditations for journalists, public media, and so on. So there are ways to tackle it. Maybe some are not discovered yet. But we are sure that we will be able to implement this on a public scale.
Yeah, but you may want to underline the word critically consume. Critically. Yeah, I mean that's a kind of a key word in this whole question.
Yes, so by trainings, education, and ability to reflect on the news and to give voice to the experts that do, we believe that the abilities exist within publics. Whether they are making best of it, it's a different question. And on the no side?
The other argument, yep.
First one is about entertainment and addiction, and second is about bots. Sure? Okay. So no, the publics don't have this ability, because firstly, the media work as entertainment tools that make people addicted and limit their attention span, making them unable to digest the messages and to consume quickly huge amounts of news that people are unable to critically reflect upon. And by following trends and creating fake social proofs, which leads me to my second point about bots and artificial misinformation created for political purposes by many organizations and even states that create fake social proofs that people trust, thinking that something has been verified by actual people, but it becomes a form of addiction and consumption that we do compulsory without any reflection.
Thank you, actually. I'm convinced both ways, so thank you. All right, we go to this group. Ah, sorry. No, that way. Okay. If you give them, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
So we chose the second one with should legislators introduce laws that aim at controlling online media content? Well, I'm for the yes side, so I think they should. I'll tell you why, and please correct me if I got it wrong. Okay, so the first one was to prevent harm to the general public in certain situations, so more freedom from. And that an example would be from Albania, when they had an earthquake, and afterwards a media channel reported that after a certain, after 30 minutes, another one would follow, and there was general panic. Everybody was in the streets, and that media channel got a fine afterwards from the government. So, sorry? Of course, but that would be a reason to regulate. Or, I mean, we had a discussion about what controlling means. That is, if we should take it as monitoring, or if we should take it as regulation or as censorship. So yeah.
Yeah, you could argue both. But again,
Exactly.
a key word is controlling, because that's, I put it to trick you just in a way, but you know, it's. Yeah.
Yes, okay. I'm going to go with monitoring because I'm the yes side, but my colleague will go with censorship, yes. Okay, then the government can also intervene in when they have mitigating circumstances, such as the pandemia, to regulate the content if they suspect it's fake news. Also to protect sensitive information, names or faces, for example, of minors or of convicted individuals. And we also made the case that maybe only professional reporters should report, I guess. Should be accredited, yes, by the government, because they have well, obviously the training, but also the ethics behind it, yes, and more qualified, yes. So those. Of course, because the other side is that it would bring more democracy, more people would. But I'm not with that side, so I'll give it to my colleague.
Okay, great. So regarding the no side, so firstly, we think that it's going to be, after controlling online media, this would limit the number of news that people would produce and people would report. And on the other hand, this will give the regimes more control on the messages that sent to people daily. And generation after generation is going to be a bit like North Korea, like having this closed system of news and data. Also, we have an example of Chernobyl, what happened, that people were passively and not taking any action towards it, or not even reporting it. So this will limit the ability for people to have more freedom when it comes to reporting information and so on.
You.
Thank you. So we choose the same topic, and yes, the second one. So I'm going to add just a few things because we also had an argument that the countries should prevent it, or just secure the society from misinformation, which can have negative effects, especially these days, because it's a sort of a hybrid war. We use the information in order to influence political and socio-economical situation in different countries. And why we think that the media content should be controlled. We think that the legislation should control the way all news look like. So basically, we should have information. Each media news should look the same, so people would know how to read them. Now they look completely different. We should have the information who owns this media agency, if it's state-owned, is it privately owned? What is the power relation within the owners? We should have very bold information who wrote it. We should have a note what education this person has, what this person was doing before. We should have a date, we should have a time, we should have even certain references if there was any references made. And if we would have this control and this legislation, I think it would be easier for people to read online media content, because right now each media content looks different. We have, the most important is to have a headline which is controversial, and people don't even read very often the full article, right? So it should be also, yeah, there should be certain legislation that they would look the same, and this is
immediately a form of control.
And I'm the no side. And I just want to add that these laws could be also disadvantages for society and for democracy, because like the main purpose of online media is not only to give the information to people, but also it's a platform for them to communicate, and through communication, communication is one of the most effective tools to learn from each other. So if we take this like this tool of learning from people, there are several harms to society and to democracy. The most important one is that people that are mostly the loudest on social media and on online media are those that are not happy with the situation in certain state, for example. So these people can meet on other platforms that are, for example, not so visible for the society, like on dark web or somewhere else, which is like less control from the government, and it could lead, for example, to radicalization of these people, so, which is harmful to the society.
Do you have any comments on any? I have this question, this text too. I think this needs deep thinking, lonely, alone. I mean, you could suggest, but that's you know for you to just kind of advice rather than a question. So you could take it home, think about it more deeply. And I'm gonna go back to the end up with the policy actually. MIL policy kind of suggested by UNESCO, and you could take it and think about it for your organization later on to kind of introduce MIL into your work or to your project or proposals. So again, UNESCO thinks that the UNESCO thinks that MIL will provide opportunities for empowerment, democratic participation. We've already discussed this, and also promote and reduce the participation gap. You know, there is a gap in participating online, on writing content online. I mean, I do have, I don't have figures, but I know. The Middle East, the Arab region is a contribution to the online content is low. I don't know about other regions, but this MIL on the long run and policy settings could kind of fill this gap by encouraging young students, societies as yours, to kind of contribute to filling the gap. Also, providing specific education and training on media, and that's what I've asked actually in the task. Should we also consider, I mean, introducing MIL, and there are countries that already incorporated MIL within high school curriculum, and so maybe this is a good idea to build on it on the long run. Also taking cultural opportunities for intercultural dialogue. This I'll spare you today, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. These resources, guys, I'll end up with this, and maybe we'll discuss the last question. These are resources you could have a look at. I'll send it to the organizers, so if you're interested, you could have it online, and it's very actually useful when you have peace of mind. You're sitting alone, you want to read more about it, not under time pressure. I mean, it's good to look at. And also it's good to think of this question. I mean, what kind of projects you could contribute? I mean, you're working with young children, school children, maybe university students. So maybe you want to contribute, think of one project, one off time. If it works, build on it on the long run. The resources are there. I'm sure fundings will be there. I mean, I know from experience, UNESCO is heavily involved in this this project, this area of empowering young students, so young generation. So you may want to think about it when you go home. Thank you, guys. Now, anything you want to discuss? We could discuss this now, but I'm not sure if you have the peace of mind and have the ability. Can we talk about this now? You want to discuss this? I mean, what kind of ideas? Is it clear to you that you can discuss this now? Is the concept of MIL, how we can incorporate it in schools, clear enough to you that you want to discuss it? It's up to you. I'm democratic, so please tell me. Yeah. All right, I'll end up here. Thank you, and I hope you got one idea or two was useful to you today. Thank you very much. I'll end up today here. All right.